everyone. This is Sethikus, Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science for the latest installment here on our platform. This is to be expected one of the most controversial segments that I've ever created. It is going to be getting into much of what has been revealed, and I'm going to be taking everybody back to ancient Kemet, which in turn is everything to do with Egypt. And in context to this segment, it is to note that Thoth has throughout the ages assumed multiple roles throughout the Kemetan Egyptian mythos. And it is here to state at the beginning of this segment that some of the most deeply occulted knowledge concerning Thoth is going to be presented in this segment and is not very well known with those that are privy to the occult. This includes most secular scholars, let alone with most occult scholars and researchers that are akin to any knowing for the most part when it comes to these things. I'm going to take things even deeper into the truth of everything. And with those who are modern day practitioners of magic and the metaphysical arts and sciences, I'm going to be putting a crushing silence on the disinformation and simple commentary individuals have presented that think they know the difference when it comes to Thoth and have yet to come into the deeper truth of Thoth when it comes to all of this. It is to note here first that Thoth did serve as a certain power, and by the end of this segment, you will see that Thoth still does serve as a certain power, despite what is going to be exposed, especially when it comes to the forces of the ultimate good and the ultimate evil, because all of it goes much deeper than a manipulated polarity paradigm in context of the darkness of ignorance and the false cold light, reaching much further beyond what most people have said or have been led to believe throughout the ages in context of Thoth. And it's to further state that what I've been able to observe in context of memories I have tapped into to the ancient Kemetan high priest genetics I hold, akin to my personal soul code lineage, in order to heal this. It is to say that I've known the things I'm going to be sharing in this segment longer than the time it took to find any reference for it going into my personal studies with everything. It is to note again my direct experience when it comes to the brotherhoods, which is why I am doing this, so that we as shamans, so that we as magicians can get back to the real magic that our ancestors were cut off from, given over to all of the counterfeit systems that key you into nothing more than the lower astral good works of consciousness. And all of this is going to be coming from a deep conviction within my eternal spirit, the soul code, blood code, genetic essence, which is no longer allowing me to remain silent to these things because of where things are now, back up on the wheel of the great year, coming out of the fifth cycle, which again has been the Atlantean cycle that humanity has been caught in for the last 26,000 fucking years. I've been very patient to the development of what has been happening in network, and to what I have observed, most of everything that is still being made public is still hitting the etheric ceiling. And with all of the spokes that keep getting thrown into the wheel, as they have been, to keep things within an inverted axis of consciousness, hopefully this dissertation is going to bring that shit to a grinding halt, so that we as individuals can get back onto the vertical in trajectory and step off the wheel of madness before what we think to know about anything has its course to all of the encrypted reversals. The fact is that most that think they know what is true concerning these things have not accessed some of the most important factors in context to know the real occult knowledge that needs to be known, let alone how important all of this is in context to Thoth and our true occult history. In this segment, I'm going to be revealing a lot of these things for everyone to consider at the expense of a heart-wrenching and gut-ripping process that I've had to go through putting all of this together. And it is to mention the levels of spiritual warfare that I've been facing the past 5 to 6 months. But this is going to be our charge by the higher force itself to end the 6 cycles that a lot of things have been on and make steps towards walking through the gates of awareness that I'm going to be opening for those that can. And if you can't right away, that's all right. You're going to be able to come back to these things when you're ready. And with everything that has led up to this moment, with what is unfolding on my end, it is to break through certain set barriers within the codex of what has been encrypted within the etheric realm in context to all of this. I've spent a long time in cross-reference, going over things again and again in order to make this presentation. And I'm going to make it as simple as I can to the extreme detail of everything that all of this really entails, let alone the effect that it's had on literally everything, and is going to set the record straight with things on my end when it comes to all of this. This is going to be part of the Magi, Grail, Shaman archives that I presented on Black Earth Productions as one of the most important segments to this, knowing what I know. And again, this is going to be controversial and will trigger certain individuals very hard to certain levels of awakening, let alone to any cognitive dissonance that is going to kick out with others. And honestly, this is what I expect, so that certain things can be burned away in the ashes of the blackening phase we have been going through as a collective, but even deeper with individuals that have been doing the real work and who also have a predisposition to know the occult in general. Now, as most of you know to what I do, I'm going to take things to what the Dark Ones have encrypted here in context to Thoth, and bring things into a major deconstruction process and expose that which was basically an attempt to ensure that when things came to this point again within the current time cycle and stellar activation, now is around the time which was known by the ancients for those that would come to know more of the true occult history of Earth after the long dark night. They knew that it would eventually be revealed and remembered and start to be taught in all the ways that it needed to be. And within the distortions that were set in place over the aeons by the Dark Ones, it was to potentially ensure that neither those that think that they are the good, let alone those that are evil, would ever have a decisive victory over the other in context to the manipulated polarity paradigm, to the darkness of ignorance and the false cold light, concealing the real, and to make certain that the great deception would continue to go on and on and on in the same feedback loop to the grid works of consciousness on the dark wheel of the Ouroboros. Because again, without specific proper knowledge and wisdom, these walls within the etheric and physical realms can never be torn down, no matter what anyone has come to know about anything. It is very specific what I'm getting at here, and is a major key we need in order to unlock the gates if we are going to continue to evolve out of the dark night and blinding light that has enslaved mankind. And that is the point with things that I'm working to present and decrypt for everyone here on Black Earth Productions. And where I'm going to take things now in this segment is going to force you to stretch beyond current narratives that have limited our progression. And in the coming days and years, this is going to be a major turning point for those who are willing to catch everything I'm going to be getting into. Hopefully, you will be able to cultivate the fact that we are going to be closer to an actual fucking victory here in alignment to the ultimate good in context if we continue forward beyond the veils of where things are still at present and continue to deconstruct the lie and destroy the set barriers and set fire to these pits that would consume us, not knowing the difference, so that they can become beacons of warning for others to whom we are proceeding. It's going to be necessary to make the constant choice to be in alignment with truth, no matter what truth itself reveals. and allow what needs to be set in flame to be set in flame. And if you motherfuckers actually hear what I'm going to be unpacking in this segment and look into these matters for yourselves so that they become self-evident, it is going to be a major victory for all of us and for you as the individual. And so to this, as I operate with my personal path work, I expect our initiates of our mystery school to study the shit out of this at pace. Because as I go much deeper into some of the extremely hardcore occult material within this segment, it is going to continue to lead up where I'm going to be taking things with more that is going to be unpacked in the future. I know that it is still going to take a long time for everything to work its way out in context. And to what I'm going to present, it has only been spoken of with literally a handful of individuals. And I honestly still do not think that most of you are going to be ready to hear this. But as I was prompted and released to do this, it needs to be addressed on our platform here at Black Earth Productions and unpacked and known for those that are ready. And as levels of consciousness have been rising in our reality field more than they ever have been the last 26,000 years within the last 20 ancient records, which have been accessed by those that have the gift and have been allowed to pass through certain gates of awareness while going through the process of integrating the teaching and works of those who have preceded us to continue to expand upon a proper foundation. We are now due for a major occult reformation. And one thing that is very important when it comes to every authentic sage and mystic and magician and wizard and poet and philosopher and occult scholar and researcher and esoteric psychologist, it's to note that the true shaman lines are awakening as they have been. And this is going to be an ode to the ancestors and will be a cry from them to that which is within my blood and my bones. It is, as I've stated, that the real occult knowledge that we need to be tapping into is that which is within the eternal spirit to blood code and soul code genetic codex, given over to specific techniques for activation to take place that will take the individual to places beyond what I could ever reveal in one segment. And for those who come to know the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms and live them, taking it deeper when it comes to the knowing of how to wield magic correctly into all of the different forms and tomes and offices which can be accessed within the codex. It is this codex to what it potentially reveals to the individual with what you are meant for. We are the ones to determine which direction the rudder of reality is going to turn. No matter how big or small it seems, everything we do matters. And more pieces to the equation of our true occult history are going to be recovered in this segment as a massive upgrade of awareness in consciousness. This is going to be a major wall that is torn down to make clear the path behind us, taking things forward and to find those gates from within beyond the trajectory of where things are still at present. It is to question, again, where the fuck is all of this going, everyone? See here, no one single individual has all of the answers to the questions that you, the listener, may have. And it is to say that the real answers to the questions that you seek are already there within you. It's just a matter of knowing how to extract these things and thus access what is there. And it's what I teach in context to the initiation with our mystery school. And as I've said over and over on Black Earth Productions, there is no arrival point when it comes to this path work. But without the proper foundation of initiation into the occult, no one will be able to come to any sort of viable conclusion once you hit the fucking ceiling. You will be cemented, and I still continue to see it happen. And to these ancient records that were lost throughout time, they have been unearthed again. In context to what I'm going to be sharing with you. Be aware and take great heed, as I am now going to begin to weave pieces to this specific equation into something more comprehensive when it comes to our ancient past, our present moments, and the trajectory of future timelines that will be unfolding. First, I'm going to be getting into the role of Thoth as an archetype, which in context to the Thothian sect, along with their many suborders and secret societies, are controlled by a committee of dark sorcerers who proliferate their agendas to enslave humanity on all levels of society. In short, the Thothian sect had been in full alliance with the Brotherhood of the Snake since what happened did, along with the cult of Baal Lilith. And so goes the dark working of the three specific factions that most are pitifully unaware of, working in unison on all levels that you still cannot imagine. It is to state that all of this has its roots to the dark Luciferian rebellion in light of the Annunaki massacre, which is touched upon with the Keylontic sciences. This was the main event in our ancient past, going into prehistory, that began the avalanche of betrayal among the brotherhoods and sisterhoods in the face of the Magi Grail Shaman and the ancient wisdom councils themselves. Here in this segment, I'm going to expose the Thothian sect specifically in much more detail as I work to unpack what I've been able to trace within myself and confirm to my works. Get ready, strap yourselves the fuck in. This is going to be a lot that I'm going to be getting into. In 25,500 BC, this is when the dark Luciferian rebellion began. It is important to note that the effect that all of this has had is still the effect to why things are the way they are at present. And so to this, the aim at first was to offset the 23,500 BC stellar activation from taking place. And is also happening with the current stellar activation, which started in the year 2000. Taking things back though, in 22,340 BC, it was during this time that Thoth was the one who was decided to orchestrate the Great Deception with the Anu Draconian factions. And because he was so trusted before this happened, he previously had been allowed into the colonies of the Annunaki Magi Grail Shaman, who had direct access to specific stargates running from the ancient Syrian Alfarian gridworks of consciousness straight into the earth here in Midgard. At this time, the Annunaki Magi Grail Shaman were finally in position to override the dark diotic crystal pillar gridworks that had been encrypted on the distortion in context to the destruction of Maldek within the consciousness gridworks of the planetary Templar complex, which happened over 560 million years ago. Which again goes back to the crack within the planetary Templar, sealing out the Grail of consciousness and the original template onto the infinite feedback loop and time cycles of the Ouroboros. And to this, the Magi Grail Shaman, along with the wisdom councils, have been working thousands of years to reach this point of breaching the rift. So to the true purpose of incarnation here on earth was to become a partaker of the biospiritual regenesis. It is again to note that past, present, and future are all happening now in our present moments in context. And if you haven't caught what I've said in context to that, you're going to want to go back to go and listen to what has been previously presented here on Black Earth Productions. And it's still to the fact right now that a lot of people in network didn't catch what the fuck I said back in 2016. And you are still in the wheel of the Black Knight ignorance to what has been actually unfolding here. All of this in turn also goes back to why the creation of Stonehenge took place with my ancient ancestors, along with many other megaliths here on Earth, including the pyramids that were originally built to offset the gridworks of the diotic dark crystal pillar encrypted on the solar spiral and the galactic spiral creation before the pole shift of consciousness took place, both literally with the Earth itself and within the consciousness units of mankind. Thoth was originally supposed to assist to bring things back into alignment, but during this time, he was finally allowed to access what is known in the Keylontic sciences as CDT Plate Disc 11, which originally belonged to the Magi Grail Shaman among the ancient wisdom councils. The CDT plates, they total in 12. And for those that don't know, the CDT plates store all of the proper knowledge and wisdom that has to do with every single blood code to soul code, race, line, lineage, to everything here in our reality field and universe and beyond. They hold all of our true occult history, and Thoth was supposed to translate CDT Plate Disc 11 verbally to his people. It was not to be written down, because there was too much corruption that could happen if things were written down here in context. With this, he was supposed to teach the truth to the original arts and sciences that were revealed specifically in CDT Plate Disc 11, and to other things with the CDT plates that need to be known. These are frequency holders and transmitters of knowledge. They transmit frequency that activates the signet shields. And again, as I've stated in other Magi Grail Shaman segments, that the word signet means Stargate. And there are 12 signet shields in context to the planetary Templar, which were all created at the same time billions of years ago in the original universe, when everything was in alignment with the true universal tree of life. The signet or Stargate shields encircle the CDT plates as protection, and were given to all of the 12 original race line Magi Grail Shaman of each original race, who were the original remote activators for their stargates of consciousness and the overseers of their tribes, taken over by false gatekeepers. It is not the same as it is today, with corrupt rulers and power to government and sadistic corporate entities that have enslaved humanity, that rape children, that feed off the blood of the fucking innocent. That is the result of what is manifested due to what has happened. And it was the original overseers that acted as way showers for those who incarnated. And fact is to this, that you cannot activate the shields unless you have the CDT plate codex accessed within the blood codes and soul codes themselves. That is why blood code to soul code lineage is so fucking important to know, and can only be activated by certain individuals to unveil. And so for a time, again, Thoth was entrusted with CDT Plate 11 in order to transmit this within his codex of the knowledge therein, and to assist the Annunaki races in context to the biospiritual regenesis, to what was set forth. And with everything that happened, he made the decision to side with the Dark Ones, in context to the Thoth, Enki, Zephylim alliance that happened when decisions were made to side with the Brotherhood of the Snake, which again goes back to the Atlantean motherfucking warlocks. And is when the Thothian sect here in context with the Dark Atlantean warlocks started to rise up against the wisdom councils. And to the office of the Thothian sect, it was headed by Thoth, the Atlantean, who were on a side note later the Anu Draconian factions that created the Zeta Greys as hive mind drones, which have been used to observe and monitor humanity on an interdimensional level. And see, I know this shit is real because I had direct physical encounter with the Zeta Grey in 1994. My friend at the time, who was also witness to this, was there with me when it happened. So I don't give a shit what anybody else out there thinks. I know that all of this is real. And the things that need to be addressed here with Thoth in context to the Marduk bloodlines, they were still in full alliance with the Omicron Draconians. And the fact is that Thoth sided with the idea of a united Anu Draconian nation to become the gods, which is why he did what he did. And Thoth betrayed the Magi Grail Shaman, who he was allowed by them to what he had been entrusted with. And when he came into the region of the Annunaki, Magi, Grail, Shaman in Lemuria, this is where the activator site for Stargate 12 was on Pangaea. And when Thoth came into this region, which was the region of Mu, he had previously handpicked a few of the Anu Melchizedek priests to work with him directly on a ruse, and further work to initiate many in that region into a 10-year process that was supposed to work things up to a point to where they could finally break hold of the diodic dark crystal pillar. But right before it was about to happen, they sabotaged the entire mission. And with no one seeing it coming, the brutal fury and murdering rage of Thoth was unleashed against the Annunaki into our reality field. He gave them a choice, which was to the women specifically. They were told that they did not side with the Thothian sect, that their divine masculine counterparts would be tortured and murdered. It was also the fact that the Thothians needed women for breeding in order to get the blood code and soul code genetic codex of the Annunaki. And everything here in context to who the Annunaki are goes into the concept of authentic twin flames, who, as I have stated, have been at war with the Dark Ones for a very, very long time, and were the original gatekeepers here in context, and with potential access to signet shields that they were the protectors of. At first, the Annunaki men were sent away and outcast, and as the women were told that the men would not be harmed, some of the women went willingly, betraying their divine counterparts. After this happened, Thoth then sent out a raiding party and tracked down almost all of the Annunaki men, with those that went out from the Thothian sect on a blood-bathed slaughter. And it's to note that this is one of the greatest massacres of all fucking time, which has been forgotten over the aeons in context to our true occult history. And it's pretty much the main cause point to everything that has unfolded in our histories leading up to the present moment, into the major factors in context to the core wound of humanity. Also in context to what happened to Maldek. All of this is still encrypted within the ancient trauma and overlay within the etheric body on an unconscious, subconscious level, within the mind field of every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth, whether any of you realize this or not. And to the Annunaki men that survived the onslaught, most were then raked into the dark Atlantean temples as prisoners and used as fodder for ritual sacrifice to the dark gods to feast upon for their codex. Others were used as literal living electrical posts that they could run frequency through to access the gridworks and codex within them, until it basically fried them the fuck out, reaching the point of death, and were drained out accordingly. And with others, some of the men got away and escaped the massacre, who then faded into time without a known trace. But they vowed to later reemerge when the time was right, to incarnate again and take total vengeance in force for what the Thothians did, coming into alliance with the Brotherhood of the Snake and the cult of Baal Lilith. And so just take a moment and feel into what I'm saying here, because there is a lot more I'm about to unpack with this segment. We're going to go and take a break now. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. I will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, from the break. This is Sethikus, Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science. And so far, what I've gotten into with this segment is barely scratched the surface still. Take it back into the things that I was explaining before, and continue here again to teach those that would hear to know the difference, and walk away from all of the lies, and let the Dark Priest class starve out and rot into evaporation to their compulsive consumption of life. And see, this is what the fuck I am doing, because I also have strong memory within my codex to all of this that happened with the Annunaki ever since I actualized myself into existence. This is gonna be my motherfucking reckoning. So again, the Thothians seduced and tricked the Annunaki women into thinking that they would let the men go if the women went with them. And it's to say, again, that some of the women sided with the Thothians, knowing the difference, and were also in turn working with the Thothians behind the scenes before everything was unleashed, with no mind or heart to their counterparts, seduced with the promise of power over all creation as the new gods in alliance with the Thothians. The women here in context, in turn, became the cult of Baal Lilith. And it was Thoth himself that sanctioned all of this in alliance with the Brotherhood of the Snake. And is all the prime example of how things that were once beautiful and good became corrupt and evil and psychopathic. And during the massacre, they jammed all of the signals to Sirius in context to the Alfarian gridworks of consciousness, which was also unleashed by the Alcyons, who made alliance with the Anu Draconian factions when all of this happened, to first cut off the Annunaki and then work to destroy the other Magi Grail Shaman lineages among the ancient wisdom councils. The Annunaki women were told that the Thothians had already had control of the earth when all of this happened. And to the deception, they also told the women that they would destroy the earth in the same fashion that Maldek was destroyed. They threatened to take the inner earth regions as well and destroy all races of humanity to manipulate for fear. Quote, "If you care about the other life forms on earth, you will agree to be our breeders," end quote. And without the Alcyon councils to hold Stargate 5 in alignment, their only hope was to stay alive long enough to try and figure out what to do next. But alas, we're all treated like meat to be used for inverted pleasure and breeding and slavery. Now, one thing about the Annunaki specifically that I want to touch upon here, that the concept of twin flames comes from who the Annunaki were, genetically bonded together on a 12D multidimensional level. This in turn all goes back to the cosmic law of gender. They have strands 1 through 6 polarized and separate in context to their physical form on a multidimensional level, but strands 7 through 12 are bonded and united with them. They are one being on a spirit to soul code level on strands 7 through 12. Yet on a blood code level, it is on strands 1 through 6 in context to physicality, which again expresses itself here in Midgard to the law of gender as male and female divine counterparts. The Thothians forced the women and raped them and sexually assaulted them relentlessly. And if they conceived in context to the Nephilim, they would keep them tied up and restrained till the time of delivery of their dark offspring took place, and were later murdered if they could no longer produce offspring for the Dark Priest class. Again, to this though, some of the women were directly part of the betrayals and sided willingly with the Dark Luciferian Covenant agenda. The deception was so fucking great that it literally rippled all the way up throughout the time matrix and is still the major aspect of what we deal with as humans in our present hour. And because Thoth allowed to have CDT Plate 11 in his possession and the activator disk for Shield 11, this is the knowledge that the Dark Ones have been using against us for aeons. It's this right fucking here. And the Thothians thus assumed full control of the activator site, Stargate 11. And it's the one they actually wanted because that's the one that could basically close everything down on a D11 level, and then run everything from a reverse and inverted D11 matrix gridworks of consciousness, which all goes back to the Ari tree construct in context to Kabbalah, in reflection to the Qliphoth. This is everything to do with Thoth inverted, which was never fucking meant to be there, in context to the void, and to make it easier for the dark Atlantean priest class to the Brotherhood of the Snake. Thoth wrote and encrypted the Emerald Tablets. Now, you out there have heard about the Emerald Tablets, right? So you got to understand that is where they came from, everyone. That is what they are. They were created to be given to the Dark Priest class for full access to knowledge of what was stolen and to what people have come to know about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. They are inverted, paltered fragments of what is truly there within CDT Plate Disc 11. Thoth ended up translating volumes on Templar mechanics, which again means template, and revealed how it all works so that the Dark Priest class could use it to get control over the gridworks of the lower and the upper astral and manipulate the DNA structure to fuel line their gridworks within the etheric realm. This is what the Emerald Tablets of Thoth in their physical translations were for. And Thoth was not supposed to commit any of it to writing because of the fact that the Anu Draconian Melchizedeks were already at war with the Magi Grail Shaman to take things over since the time of the destruction of Maldek. And there have been many battles. Many. So many battles over the fucking aeons, I can't even put it all into words. But this is when these bastards got access to these things, okay? And they knew how to reverse and invert things in context to specific gridworks of consciousness, and also the ley line grids of the earth itself. This was the betrayal that took place among the brotherhoods that set course to everything that has unfolded for the last 26,000 years. However, the absolute worst thing that Thoth did was betray the ancient wisdom councils and the Magi Grail Shaman and all of mankind. And it's where all of the genetic codes became corrupt and distorted with all of the Annunaki and Draconian overlays, along with many other things in context to stellar genetics. And to those women specifically, women were and still are the main targets. These are they who gave birth to the dark gods that needed gateways into this reality field. That's how the fuck it works. And it's to note that Thoth also took several of the women for himself and used them for the same purpose. This is when the seed of evil was copulated here in our reality field. Evil is a lineage, and in context to that, along with everyone else among the Dark Priest class. When the stellar activation came back around after aeons in the year 2000, also leading up to things in 2012, it's to note that we're about to cross a major threshold going into 2020. And it's to say in full conviction that many are still being raked the fuck out into their gridworks of consciousness via the New Age movement, which is all tied to the dark occult. With all of you that think that you've stumbled upon advanced knowledge, all of this in context to the New Age movement specifically was the true beginning of the externalization of the hierarchy, which was stated would happen by Helena Blavatsky on a massive decades-long ritual, rolling these teachings out to the masses, along with many other things for public consumption. And that's what the fuck has happened, everybody. You think you know, you still don't fucking know. All of you so-called light worker motherfuckers are running on their teaching, and you are part of their agendas. And to all of the Hermetic teaching that was first originally part of CDT Plate Disc 11, this is what those of us know the difference to and are taking it back in context to cosmic law. And a lot of other things in line with all of the other CDT Plate discs and signet shields to what the fuck I've been working to do this whole time on Black Earth Productions. And we still got a lot of years to go. Years of unpacking and reintegrating to reinstate that which once was before all of this happened. And as I have stated for years now, I am taking things back to the fucking original. And for those that still don't know the game of the real occult history, if you don't know these things, then you've been part of the indoctrination, their indoctrination, and the dark occult false light agendas. And you're in alliance with the dark Luciferian covenant, so fucking realize it. You need to wake the fuck up and be initiated into the real to crush your indoctrination to slavery and reach into that which is beyond what the dark ones have encrypted. Listen, I'm saying all of this in great care because after a certain time and context to what is unfolding, there's going to be no turning back for you. And you will get leashed the fuck out on levels you still cannot imagine. I have already seen what the fuck is going to happen if people don't wake the fuck up. I'm not here to save the world. I'm here to speak to people that are going to hear. It's not up to me for you. It's up to you for you. This is about being the cause point, not being bound to the realm of effects. And so further, members of the ancient wisdom councils were originally in the position to protect and preserve the sacred wisdom records for the future benefit of the earth and mankind as a whole here in Midgard when it comes to the grid works of consciousness on both the solar and galactic spirals of creation. Thus, those assembled in the ancient High Syrian Alfarian Wisdom Council were among the primary lineage of the Magi Grail Shaman as the Emerald Order. They were keepers of the blue flame grid works of consciousness upon the three spirals of creation and the true universal tree of life. They were the primary archivists of Earth's vast genetic library. They were scribes, teachers, wisdom keepers, mystics, magicians, wizards, and shamans who were responsible for assembling, cataloging, and managing valuable collections in context to magic in all of the metaphysical sciences. True historical information for mapping out the DNA codex that functions as the genetic library for creation throughout all of the 12 original organic race line timelines, and knowledge and wisdom in general when it comes to life. Their knowledge was originally compiled into 12 master copy disk technologies, again, the CDT plates, which were the original tablets of the Emerald Order. Not the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. It was the tablets of the Emerald Order. Again, CDT Plate 11 is the one that Thoth hijacked for the Dark Atlantean Warlocks. And it was these original tablets to the CDT plates. There were specific groups of Magi Grail Shaman who were the keepers of these discs for their own specific races. And they were the encrypted principal teachings which were known even before the era and the rise of the Lemurian and Atlantean timelines. Again, administered by an assigned Magi Grail Shaman dragon bloodline lineages. The Magi Grail Shaman went through trials of initiation chosen from among all races and went through the rites of passage in order to gain potential full access to the grid works of consciousness each disc contained. This was to succeed way showers for others incarnating into the reality field to these things, who in turn had to face all the trials before these codes of awareness could ever fully activate and integrate to unfold within these individuals who were to hold record of their specific discs. In turn to each of the individual CDT plate discs, there was specific blood code and soul code race line genetics that were the only thing that could activate them. Each race had their own specific trajectory to this. And the ancient wisdom councils were the original overseers who were in the position as guardians and teachers of specific planetary stargates among those to their specific blood code, race line lineages, and tribes. And we're in the position to teach the consciousness mechanics of reality, manifestation, the unification of all expressions to sound, consciousness, energy, frequency, and vibration, streamlining into physicality in alignment with the higher force itself. As I'm teaching individuals with our mystery school how to tap the true core essence and codex that is there from within. These discs included extremely advanced technological information about all of the planetary Templars, stargates, ley lines, metaphysics, texts, schematics, and potentiality to gain access to the true universal tree of life itself. See, though, with all of this, one must understand that they are protected and concealed and can only be administered to activate through the blood code and soul code genetics. To this knowledge specifically, this goes deeper into the planetary Templar and what the Grail of Consciousness actually is. If you want to know more about that, go check out Magi Grail Shaman, Mystery of the Grail of Consciousness, as a part of the Magi Grail Shaman archives here on Black Earth Productions. And see, that position specifically can't be for everybody, but it does not mean that you cannot know it. And more importantly, you must know thyself. That's more important than anything else, because you're not going to even come to the place of knowing how to wield the mechanics of the planetary Templar until that happens, which they must for what is meant to be as it was. But to be a keeper of these things, it has to be very specific with individuals in context to their codex. And you will be unbelievably fucking tested if that's the case. Magi Grail Shaman, who came into this position, were also positioned to assign highly trained members of their mystery schools to eventually become stewards of this knowledge as well. Note here that there is a difference, again, between a keeper and a steward. And see, nowadays, this has nothing to do with some kind of weekend seminar, and now you're certified to be a shaman or a magician or a witch after a few classes, which in most cases are watered down, let alone distorted in context to the teaching that's been presented. And to how the real works here in context to this, there are those, again, who are put through very real, rigorous initiations to be able to hold and carry and wield the sacred knowledge and wisdom throughout multiple timelines, which is to do with other worlds and other universes, to where we stand here in Midgard, which again is our physical world and physical universe. We are protectors of the related information access within our multidimensional DNA codex. And during our current and future timeline cycles for future generations, this is where I will continue to take things with our mystery school. Not self-proclaimed, but fucking proven. Even as it has been confirmed by others that know the difference to these things, I am being held accountable to a standard. I am being held accountable to a code. And so to this, it's to you as the listener to know a bit more of my personal background. And see, I'm not just saying this shit for no reason. All of it has hit me on levels that I can't even fully express to what has actually been revealed, let alone integrated to the trajectory of my personal path work. And I've been through fucking hell to awaken the ancestors myself. And it's put me into the position, whether I wanted it to or not. This is what the fuck it is. All of this goes back to Kemet and the ancient wars among the brotherhoods between the Sumerian, Draconian Empire, and Egypt. Literally losing my fucking mind and snapping back and realizing, holy fucking shit, this is actually fucking real. Next, I'm going to get into more in context to the galactic wars over the reseeding of all of this within our current time cycle race line lineages. For we are the 6 root races here in Midgard, meant to cross the threshold that we have now into the new Aeon, into my specific race line and tribe codex, into what each race line lineage holds, which are very specific things when it comes to the knowledge of the ancient wisdom councils. Not just the dragon shamanic lineages who are the keepers, but potentially to everyone as stewards for the future generations. I can only work from the codex that is there within my blood codes and soul codes to convey certain things. And it's the same thing with anyone else that is going to do the real great work. Now, taking it back in history, our true occult history to the time of the first Lemurian Holocaust, there was also a massive orchestration to bury and conceal the contents of historical timelines that are included in many of the specific CDT plates and their translations, and were seized throughout the chain line of the Hawaiian Islands, the west coast of the Americas, New Zealand, Australia, the east coast of Asia, Japan, all in context to Lemuria here, which also includes all of the island regions in between, going into all of the Pacific Oceanic regions. And with this, go back to how I said these things are revealed to a potential Magi Grail Shaman in context. Again, they are buried within the fucking codex of the individual. And in context of things being unearthed, it is the same with the Atlantean chain lines of all the regions of the Atlantic. That is why it is called the Atlantic Ocean, in context to Atlantis, and to the boundary conditions of the spindle of the energy force itself on the axis mundi when it comes into our multidimensional DNA codex. And to this, you're going to want to get a hold of Lemurian and Atlantean crystals specifically. We have some here on our end that we work with as an extension of consciousness to actualize the mind. Crystals are fragments of the nervous system of the earth itself that streamline sound, consciousness, energy, frequency, and vibration into our reality field from within the earth to the authentic memories of everything, which are also going to be held within the DNA codex of individuals to be accessed to your own roots activated within the individual. They are meant to be used by Magi Grail Shaman in order to teach and to protect specific sacred knowledge, which can also be accessed when working with these kinds of crystals, and should, if real, reveal things in context of the 12 original race line genetics here on Earth and the real occult knowledge when it comes to everything. Again, though, they are only revealed to those who know how to extract these things from within themselves, and who have also learned how to work with crystals correctly, because there's the right way and a lot of wrong ways that people are working with these things. And it's not as simple as owning a crystal. It's about knowing how to work with them. So to unlock and remember certain things that would be contained within the Lemurian and Atlantean timelines specifically. And further back, if it can be integrated. See, though, once an individual realizes that they are the actual crystal themselves here in context, that is how it will really come forth from within. And when wielded correctly, again, you must know thyself and what your personal mechanics are in order to do this. Which is why I have created our mystery school for those to whom it's meant. If you want to know these things about yourself, and you want to know how to do all of this correctly, then I'm going to encourage you to enroll in our mystery school and do the full pack initiation, having direct mentorship to lay the proper foundation in context to this pathwork initiation, which is also going to lead into more advanced initiations for those that had done this with our mystery school. And with everything that continues to unfold, again, this is what I'm going to encourage people to do. These things need to be known. They need to be known by you, the listener, to have the proper foundation into everything else that you would potentially come into. Again, take heed to what I'm saying. Give yourself the opportunity unto yourself, as is this pathwork, and it's how I live every single day of my existence now. We're going to go into another break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science. We will be right back. Chase the light through the shades. A rising moon ignites his ways, failing to find a reasonable sign to crawl back, walking through space and time. Where would you go when the dew of thought fails? Chase the light through shades. A rising moon, eyes will glow, hearts will take. I close my eyes and feel the gaze of life. Where would you go when the dew of thought fails? Lose yourself, hunted down. Choose to yield to higher grounds. Shoving off, sweeping away. The moon lighting another way. Welcome back, everyone, from the break. Going back into what I wanted to get into now. It's here to note that the galactic wars which have occurred throughout multiple dimensional timelines simultaneously are still happening now, simultaneously. Now see, this is the paradox in context to the secret of time and space. And until we reach back into the original timeline that humanity is meant to be on and catch up the soul cycles within the 6 root races going into 2025 and 2028, and even further into 2065 and 2085, then nothing is going to change. As consciousness levels in our reality field are lower than they have ever fucking been. I can't believe half the fucking shit that I see thrown out there into the ethers, proving the fact that Coronzon 333 is ruling your asses. Who is the thrice great in context to Thoth? Inverted logos. Void. And if you don't know what the fuck that is, you need to look it up. Go listen to Thomas Sheridan. He knows what the fuck he's saying in context. Knowing what the fuck I know, you people have no idea how deep this shit actually fucking goes. Unto the conviction of what I'm getting at here. You want to come at me and try to fuck with me? I've been in this shit longer than you can actually fucking imagine. And it really doesn't matter. What matters is what we do now to come into alignment. And stop with this bullshit and projection and denial. Fucking stop it. You are acting like fucking children to play these stupid games on a program you can't even see is running your ass. You better pay attention to what I'm saying. And for those of you that know me among the councils, you know that I'm not fucking around. Moving on now. Records among the ancient wisdom councils reveal, as it's been a long time since I've mentioned Tara. It is to note that Maldek, here in context to Tara, was the planetary bridge on the solar spiral of creation, point of navigation before Maldek was destroyed, and is when consciousness was fragmented on the solar spiral of creation over 560 million years ago now. And despite this absolutely devastating catastrophe, humanity survived. We have always survived. We have always existed. Do you remember the time you actualized yourself into existence? Go into that and realize that when the ancient wisdom councils are able to reassemble here on Earth, the knowledge of what once was will come again. And each of the 12 original race lines, at the core essence, still hold memory to everything. The Magi, Grail, Shaman are genetically key-coded to their demographic, planetary stargates, and locations on the first 2 spirals of creation within the galactic gridworks of Midgard. And to that, also with specific planetary dimensional spheres and ley line networks, as we have here on Earth. It was the same as when we did originally in context to Maldek, which again, for those that may be hearing this for the first time now, is the asteroid belt. Not only is it the asteroid belt, but it is our moon included with the other moons of every planetary sphere, and it is also the rings of Saturn, to which again, as I have mentioned, there are reports coming through stating that the rings of Saturn are starting to dissipate. And to that confirmation again with me, knowing what I know, it proves that fragments of consciousness that were blown apart on account of the cataclysm of Maldek are being integrated with those that are doing the real fucking work here on Earth. You have to remember, again, that the heavens above are within. And we have genetic time codes in our DNA codex related to these specific planetary stargates of consciousness and multidimensional systems that are part of our blood code to soul code human tribal identity codex when it comes to all of this, as was the original intention of incarnation, to know thyself. This isn't art and science. This isn't some slogan you can throw out there and now you know thyself because you say, know thyself. How do you really come to know thyself in context to the alchemical rites of initiation, working to activate your eternal spirit of blood code to soul code human tribal identity codex? This is what the fuck we were ripped away from. And we have to remember how to use personal planetary keys in context to planetary high magic and as part of the foundation level teaching to this pathwork initiation into our mystery school, and will lay the proper foundation to evolve in context to the occult. See, the occult right now needs a major reformation because all of this old fucking teaching, like I've said, it's not going to work for what's coming. But alas, if that is part of your path, then hopefully some of the things I've shared on Black Earth Productions are going to keep you from going completely fucking mad when this shit hits you for real. I'm not fucking playing over here. When we activate our inner core by running the 12D energy and string line, the 144 frequency of consciousness harmonic in context to the spindle of the energy force. Remember that 144 reduced is 9, just on a side note. This is how we are able to access the spindle throughout our bodies on a multidimensional level. So to eventually wield magic in full alignment and mastery of ourselves on every level of our physical reality field and also on a multidimensional level. This goes back deeper into knowing how to master drawing the circle of the magician and activate your blood code and soul code genetics and heal the ancestors and lineages and really take seriously to participate within the consciousness evolution cycle and work to assemble the DNA codex in context to the original Alpharian human root races. The Keylontic sciences also speak about things in context to the covenant of Palador, which allows the lost souls of Maldek Tutara access into this reality field to reclaim our true identity and cosmic birthright and eternal inheritance. And when these stargates are activated and open, the ultimate outcome of the real ascension cycles and context to initiation into all of these things, again, as I've stated, true ascension happens here on earth. That is why we incarnated. We didn't incarnate to be slaves or escape reality, but in order to heal, in order to remember, in order to become sovereign, and thus be co-creators in alignment with the higher force and potentially one another. And see, on this level of things, taking back jurisdiction in this reality field for ourselves, for our people, and for future generations, for something that has never happened before since our ancestors faced what they did. And it's what we are still facing now. Now, previous to the more current Atlantean and Lemurian cataclysm of Pangaea, this is what happened to the effect of what Thoth and the Thothian sect did when the wars broke out against the Magi, Grail, Shaman bloodlines. And though it started with the Annunaki, soon after is when the wars among the brotherhoods broke out in Kemet, when the Dark Ones tore a wormhole open in Sakura, Egypt, pulling gridworks of consciousness into the Wizadak system on an interdimensional level, which is something I'm going to get into more later, which amplified by the dark diodic crystal pillar, which was the cause point in context to Pangea for all of the landmass of Earth to split apart into the continents that we have today. When the pole shift happened, it is when the Great Flood happened, and then came the Ice Age, which lasted thousands of years, up to about 13,000 to 14,000 BC. And with those that survived were scattered across the earth and were cut off from one another. And over the course of thousands of years, the true history of what happened was lost in the wake of ruins. Some of those among those that survived did work to keep record of what they could. And there were still those that throughout our history have been entrusted, still holding extensive levels of consciousness and knowledge about the blood code and soul code origins with those that were stewards. Most of the keepers among the Magi Grail Shaman were wiped out, and others sided with the Dark Ones for jurisdiction and trade for their codex. Some things to note about them can be taken into the philosophy of the cult of Baal Lilith, which in turn is the philosophy of the Thothian sect and the Brotherhood of the Snake. Understand here that Baal is the great storm god of the Sumerian Draconian Empire, who was worshipped throughout the timelines of ancient Mesopotamia and during the rise of the Dark Ones before the Atlantean Holocaust took place. Baal is worshipped by the Dark Solar cult, and the word Baal is a horrific inverted title to mean Lord or Master that has also been attached to several entities. Worship of Baal under several different names over time has been strongly associated with the practice of blood sacrifice, human sacrifice, and child sacrifice. The offering of one's firstborn is considered the highest form of worship and the most potent form of dark ritual at the disposal of the dark magicians. There are logistical and opportunistic motivations involved, as well as cannibalism. And see, this is where the legends of the vampire come from. And they are real. You need to understand this shit. Listen to me. Entities follow common archetypes of consciousness that are subsequently renamed from one culture to the next. And though they may gain or lose various attributes, this is most evident when comparing the Greek and Roman pantheons here in context, which can be applied to every form of religion, especially Christianity and Satanism, which all goes back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire in context to the cult of Mithras. And all three Abrahamic religions are founded on Baal. The dark priesthood formulated the distinctive divisions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam to continue their human sacrifice rituals and wars and perpetuated religious persecution and endless slaughter. All was molded after the ancient Atenist sun worship to Mithras and unto the black sun of Sethu, which was the fusion of the ultimate evil and the false cold light. And the god of the cult of Baal is a sadist of the highest order. To understand the fact that everything here in context to the mysteries has its inversion, they were the fathers of the inversions and all of the reversals and all of the distortions. They are everything to do with both the dark and false cold light variants of Freemasonry, the Ari tree construct systems of magic in context to Kabbalah in reflection to the Qliphoth, inverting the office of Lucifer unto many, many other suborders and organizations overshadowed by their umbrella of influence. You don't get to get away from reality, and this does affect you in every way. To the Dark One's cause for you, which is not our cause in alignment with truth. They are devoted to an ideology of sadistic self-interest above morality, and they do what thou wilt. That is their motto, no matter the consequence, to the inversion of Thelema, and consequently seek out individuals with an unwitting tendency towards narcissism and psychopathy to join their ranks so that they can be molded as puppets for various agendas. And make no mistake about it, that the dark Luciferians know metaphysical secrets to knowledge, having access to dark sorcery and magic and a pantheon of demonic entities to work with through them in alliance with the dark gods themselves. And many within their ranks are controlled by non-physical entities and new stellar alien factions on an interdimensional level. It's not happening out there, it is happening here, as within, as without. That is how the law of correspondence works. The as above, so below is the exact same thing as the as within, as without. And it's this control that is exerted through both direct communication channels and voluntary and involuntary possession. And as a result, to their sadistic service to self only ideology, infighting and betrayal is rampant within various sects and orders within their ranks. Still though, they have somehow been able to manage and cooperate just enough to unite on the shared goal of subjugating the general population. And their goal has always been totalitarian control, and to be both invincible and invisible. They have always sought to be the gods of a world that is not theirs to influence in brazen defiance to the cosmic laws of the universe. And through their method of domination, imposed on all levels of society within and outside their cult structures. Ambition for domination combined with the absence of morality makes the art of deception a key value in all of this. For Catholicism is centered on the Roman two-faced god of gods, Janus, representing the two-faced nature of the Vatican, which is dark Luciferian to the core of a forked tongue. The Vatican is so inundated with blatant inverted pagan symbolism that it absolutely contradicts itself in context by the Council of Nicaea. They worship death. They bathe in darkness. And the cross, both the upright and inverted, are both of their sigils to Christianity and Satanism. It's all the same fucking shit. Human sacrifice canonized into savior programming to disguise the obvious. Know this again, that words are spells, and art is a form of magic, demonstrated in the prevalence of every false belief system, which in turn holds the acronym B, the lie, Eve. Just believe. Believe in anything else except yourself. For to believe in oneself is to counter the lies of the cult of Baal Lilith. All words that come from them have their influence of Baal. And to what one of my indirect mentors has said, we must delete what we believe to be real in order for what is real to be revealed. Occultists practicing Sumerian draconian magic have been impeding humanity's development, imposed an endless dark age, working to prevent many things in context to the true technology re-emerging, which is why we must see to overcome. We must study and know the occult, all levels of it, knowing what they know, and coming into knowing what they cannot access by doing the real fucking work. We must accept that our metaphysical reality exists beyond any preconceived notions or current narratives. And I'm taking all of you deeper into the fucking truth of all of this. And though it is going to be dismissed or bypassed, it will be for you. You who know. The truth has been intentionally hidden and will never reveal itself to those that never seek it. And they will use it against you, against your loved ones. The time has come to expose these things even harder going into 2020. And for what it is that they worship, which is death and stagnation. We are in the process of the continued effort to expose the greatest fucking deception that humanity has ever known, and let people know the difference to the real in context to our kin. And it's to note again, as I've said before, there is no one race that was the first race. And the memory to that which is the birthright of all of us as humans resides, going deeper into the CDT plate discs containing ancient builder technology templates. From complex to simple mathematics, far beyond the constructs of their New Age sacred geometry templates with the bi-Vega bi-wave frequency templates, Flower of Life, Metatron's Cube, and many other things. It's not as advanced as the technology of the ancient wisdom councils. And if individuals have the specific gift in context to the Master Builder Codex, high levels of structural planning for physical communities and our ways of life would be reformed. 22s were the master builders of the world. And it's to note here that as writing codes and projected manifestations in context to magic must be mastered, the four magicians of the elements. And here in context to Capricorn is the result of these extremely advanced building methods. They can be recognized in some of the remaining ancient megaliths that is still completely ignored by any mainstream archaeological organizations on the level that I'm getting at, let alone are the ones concealing the truth of these things when it comes to all of this. Activated with the ancients in times when we had full access to the CDT plate discs and existed long before the timelines of Atlantis and Lemuria, going back into the unbroken records of prehistory, all the way back to Maldek, unto Tara. Over 560 million years ago on our current timeline, reality field trajectory. The CDT plate discs include transmissions of advanced quantum physics and quantum mechanics, and knowledge outlining specific blueprints and morphogenesis of all other species that exist here on Earth. They also hold the mapping of planetary Stargate gridwork access coordinates, timeline mechanics, consciousness alchemical formulas, DNA genetic key codex decryptions that can only be revealed to individuals that are initiated onto the true magical path, which is where individual system mechanics in context to everything are revealed to the individual. One must be mentored, one must be trained, one must be tested, and one must be proven in connection to the ancestors. All 12 genetic components of the original 12 race lines hold specific strands of DNA code for reassembling the diamond sun in context to the planetary Templar complex. And until we get it together within ourselves, reality is going to remain on the wheel of death and stagnation and chaos. And until that key is coded to activate the 12-layer planetary Stargate system mechanics, the diamond heart of the alchemical rites of initiation, until that key is coded, the diamond sun will forever be eclipsed. An identity as eternal spirit to soul code essences in context to the monad. It is to connect with the consciousness living sound frequency fields, not the false cold light, but the true light of wisdom that is hidden within the darkness of your own ignorance. The original template DNA pattern codex, which makes up the gridwork manifestation template, eventually works its way out onto the three spirals of creation, into the true universal tree of life, through and within the individual in context to cosmic law, to planetary high magic navigating the solar spiral of creation. This has taken aeons to get things back to the place where our root race evolution cycles are meant to evolve, and again become the 6th root races here in context. We are close to 2020 now, moving into the last 2 quarters of 2019. We are still going through a major time of healing to remember. Integration and healing of all 12 levels of DNA coding through our multi-genetic dispositions and system mechanic components are in the future going to potentially unite and merge to form a bridge into the gridworks of consciousness that all of us were cut off from. Both men and women are naturally designed to spiritually integrate these things with one another. and synthesize back into these things in order to be in alignment. And as a result, the primal forces that are unleashed while going through the alchemical rites of initiation will put you into a place to authentically experience the full weight and power of energetic synthesis. It is made between inner and outer layers of our multidimensional consciousness awareness and our connection to the higher force itself, the spiritual and physical embodiment of the original template DNA codex, the Diamond Sun, and Diamond Heart Body Codex, to be accessed via the Planetary Templar Complex Grail of consciousness, and will happen with individuals that are doing the real work here. Through their DNA assembly, the true flower of life to the monad, the sacred flaming diamond heart and fire letter sigil codex will reveal itself to the individual. And to the art and science of alchemy specifically, again, this is much to do with the Grail of consciousness and the Diamond Heart Codex. The spiritually superior human is able to transmute their consciousness out of timelines and the gridworks of infinity, and be present in our reality field in connection to eternity. And with that, we're going to take another break now. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. I will be right back. And we are back now from the break. Again, this is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. And as we continue forward, diving into things, I cannot stress the importance of learning how to master drawing the circle of the magician. This is foundation. And as far as I'm concerned, nobody has any business diving into shit they can't navigate until they can navigate themselves. And those that do this for real are initiates who have reported back to me with their results to their personal path work are undeniably powerful at a 0-point axis within the fulcrum in ritual, making your life the ritual. If you come into initiations on this level in our mystery school, you will come to the point of being able to move through stargates of consciousness into other locations within themselves, within yourself, and therefore be free to leave the prison planet gridworks of consciousness, being alive and present. And see, that is how this works. Again, it happens here. It has always happened here. Being here on Earth and freeing yourself. The CDT plate discs hold the entire genetic source code and blueprint architecture library for the Diamond Sun Diamond Heart template, including the schematics and created lessons to integrate and potentially fully access communication with the ancient wisdom councils themselves. In addition to the ancient wisdom revealed in the unifying principles of the universal laws of metaphysics in context to cosmic law, sovereignty, and the eternal axioms and principles to these things are also contained with complete books and maps of genetic key codes that are necessary to gain full potential access to the universal spiral of creation and the true universal tree of life. But before you get to that level, you got to lay the foundation on the first spiral of creation, which is the solar spiral. Learn how to master that, and then reach the point of being able to build the bridge between the solar and the galactic spiral, and then work to integrate and heal through. It is within the Grail or Grail point of our planetary stargate systems here on Earth that all of the planetary spheres on the solar spiral of creation into the galactic spiral gridworks of consciousness, and working to become a complete human, mastering your existence, we can connect everything back together in alignment as it originally was. And see, we are the only ones that can do it. The aliens are gonna fucking do it. The angels aren't gonna fucking do it. The demons aren't gonna fucking do it. You gotta do it for you. That is how this works. I gotta do it for me. Specific details about planetary stargate quantum mechanics are highly coveted by the Dark Priest class and by the Dark Gods themselves. And this is why you have to protect and fortify your field, not for fear, but for standing your ground as a sovereign. And that's nothing that I'm going to ever be able to give out public. Okay? If you want access to these things and you want to learn this shit, then you're going to have to be initiated into our mystery school. And to all of the alien factions and spirits and entities, you have to know that they think that you are their ticket, like vampires, using us to fuel line their gridworks. They are cowards. Once you see past the power structures that have been encrypted, they are sub-realm waste piles of cosmic shit that feed on those that hold access, let alone anyone else that doesn't. Listen to me, goddammit. You that are hearing my voice. You who claim you are doing the work to become complete humans. You need to keep waking the fuck up, goddammit, and do not allow yourselves to slumber, because this is your eternal birthright I am speaking about here, that they think they are entitled to take from you, as they did with our ancestors. Are you going to continue to trade off all of this to be a slave to what you are being dished and raked out into by these factions who trick and enslave your ass to their bullshit spiritual systems that lead nowhere, driving you further into the fucking wheel? And if you're going along with this shit, then fuck you. Get the fuck out of my temple. Go away from this platform, and good luck. None of you are fucking hearing me whatsoever. You have to own this shit for real and take on a hardcore attitude in alignment and own yourself. You have to take it to the real rites of initiation into the occult and pathwork to the real, not some counterfeit off-world bullshit given over to a limited understanding when it comes to any of this. And by doing the real great work, the sacred knowledge and wisdom included in all 12 of the CDT plate discs. Another term for these are the Maldakian flames, which have been violently fought over by many evil factions and malevolent intruding groups, which have been competing for Earth domination. It's not just one group at the top of this inverted trapezoid pyramid. It is many to the effect of everything. The history of the massacre of the Magi Grail Shaman and their human tribe team members. Memories and trauma that we deal with in context, at the very least, is keeping us all from remembering lifetimes to the pure dragon line lineages, which again the dark fashions were able to circumvent some of them and have worked through to gain full domination of Earth and beyond, as far as they've been able to reach. It has all been designed to destroy access to all of the records of the ancient wisdom councils, to destroy the records of the ancient builder technology and all related sacred knowledge. Why do you think they're trying to also collect all of the DNA through shit like Ancestry.com and other places you can go now to find out what your blood code lineage is? I would advise to be very fucking careful and take caution to what I'm saying, because they've never been able to fully do it. Again, the highest commodity on their black market is genetics and access to grid works of consciousness. So I wouldn't advise that you give your blood to Ancestry.com or any other company that says they're going to tell you what your genetics are. If you want to know what that is, you have to go into the blood yourself by practicing the techniques that I teach in context to the initiation. They can be known, and you will come to know thyself. And all the while, most individuals don't even know who the fuck they are. It is to offset even harder what they have been working to do since what happened. And again, the best way to find out is by going into your own blood in ritual, doing your own research into your blood code lineage codex. Next, I'm going to take it deeper and go into more about the Atlantean and Lemurian mystery schools. And during the timeline of the Atlantean mystery schools in context to Pangea, connected to the complete records of the Earth as genetic living libraries of the cosmos, the caretaking and ongoing preservation of the historical knowledge of humanity's origins, and the detailed knowledge of the workings of the planetary Templar mechanics were entrusted to be protected by each of the tribes of the Magi Grail Shaman dragon lineages. The Magi Grail Shaman were the leadership and assembled in round table councils within the pre-Atlantean and Lemurian mystery schools. They worked to unite their consciousness to perform a variety of tasks to the Earth's consciousness energy field and beyond, while also being in the position to teach things in context to the true biospiritual regenesis. And yeah, I am repeating myself a lot in this segment, because you need to hear what the fuck I'm saying, literally over and over and over again, to first spark that interest to really dive deep into this, and then looking to see what it's going to reveal to you. And then tell them, we're not going to heal. We're not going to evolve. You're not going to know thyself. You're not going to know the workings of reality or the universe. And it's to note that the Magi Grail Shaman met regularly in council settings in order to accurately translate, study, and wield in ritual knowledge and wisdom that was consistently upgrading on the discs. And based upon the genetic histories, working deeper into the codex of specific dragon lineages needs to happen before it can be activated again. And after the long dark night that humanity has been in is meant to be fully understood and to be sourced again from the original universe, which in turn is going to detail our entire Alfarian human historical timelines and the reseeding of the solar system. Therefore, this ancient knowledge is to be held with the highest spiritual reverence and respected for what it is. The CDT plate discs are still known to be the most viable wisdom records to have ever existed, which in turn were revealed to their teams of advanced spiritual initiates, who thus again take a similar role in context to post-cosmic graduate status. All of the 12 original races have appointed representatives that are among you, working together within the great universal library, which functions as the main academic institution for the public's ongoing education and consciousness exploration. This here in context is everything to do with what the ancients called in the Kemetan Egyptian mythos, the halls of Amenti. Amenti is intended for personal and spiritual development and gives one access to a potential of fulfilling the divine commission of DNA assembly. In the ancient world before the cataclysm of Pangaea, human civilizations included many great libraries that were filled with repositories of vast amounts of knowledge and wisdom that interconnected between the sciences into a single unifying theology in alignment with the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms. This is something that was working to be achieved again in context to the Library of Alexandria. We all know what happened with that. And if you don't, you're going to want to look that up in context to all of this. In light of the many libraries that at one time did exist, which after the cataclysms took place were all fragments of Amenti. Even the Black Earth Library, which I've been able to create to what I've been entrusted with, is a part of everything that I'm talking about. Not just the library there in context, but going into the key codes of consciousness and teaching you how to access the library within yourself. This is how you enter the gates, by weighing your heart and your intention and your intelligence in alignment with cosmic law. You will not pass beyond the gates of Anubis into the halls of Amenti unless you are in alignment. If you're not in alignment, these things are going to be concealed because you're not going to be ready to integrate. You are still making the choice to not be in alignment with your true signature core frequency of consciousness. That is why. Do you want to go and blame the dark ones for keeping secrets and all this shit from you? That's a fucking lie that they promulgate to keep you fucking retarded. Because you can access these things yourself. I am but a way shower to these things. And I'm a teacher that is going to point you back to you. Do not try to emulate me. Do not try to copy me. Try to find out what it is that you need to be in alignment with and do what you are here to do. Working with all of these arts and sciences that I teach in context to mentorship is going to show you how to extract that for yourself. All you're going to need is 1 or 2 sessions with me, and then you'll be off. Many of our students could testify to the levels of power and success that they are experiencing themselves. Facts are revealed in results and the fruit of what is unfolding. And if you want to get potential access to Amenti, which functions as both a university and spiritual development center upon the overseer's ancient wisdom within what we nowadays would consider temple, and see its nature in context to the real temples. Going back to the great library of Alexandria in Kemet, this was the last significant library on Earth that acted as the repository for recording what was known about the universal laws of metaphysics and a lot of other things that were translated, found in manuscripts originally copied from what could be found after the cataclysms of Pangaea to the ancient wisdom council records. Alexandria was the capital of knowledge and true learning. And now, in context to what I've been able to extract from my own in the halls of Amenti. Again, there's the Black Earth Library when it comes to our mystery school, and there are over 30,000 books of occult reference material that you are not going to find anywhere else compiled in the fashion for our students and initiates to explore. And the ironic thing is that I still have more to get in there, everyone. If you want to take things back to the mythos of the animist tradition of my blood code ancestors in context to the Nordic tradition, our ancestors warned about these things as well, to the resurgence of the old ones into the 9 worlds of Yggdrasil. This in turn has everything to do with the Dark Ones, or the Svartalfar, who further intended to take control over the soul's progression during stages and passage into other worlds and universes. This was a long-term plan that implemented itself for thousands of years after the cataclysm of Pangaea happened. And while waiting for the culmination until the Earth's precession in 2012, when quarantine was lifted, the real 2012, here in context, my friends, is going to start to take place in 2020, going into 2025 and 2028. And they do intend to continue their dark work to take even more possession over the earth. That is again why we must catch these things now, and is what I've been addressing since I came back on in 2016. And as I look around me still, shit is not changed in our world. And the AI transhuman timeline is the culmination of what some of their ultimate agendas have been for the last 26,000 years leading up to the present moment. And though there are individuals out there that are waking up to everything, you motherfuckers need a hyperdrive kick in the ass on a constant basis. Because listen, I'm getting the same on my end by the higher force itself. That's the difference when it comes to accountability and when it comes to conviction. I'm speaking my heart for those to whom it's meant. I actually give a fuck about the outcome to what could happen if people don't effectively wake the fuck up, because they intentionally plan to destroy full access to the sacred knowledge of the original ancient Wisdom Council records. They didn't get it all. And that is what is meant to be activated to those who are doing the real work. They have attempted to obliterate any evidence that was there before they started to rewrite the histories through the orchestration of that terrible cataclysm, which pulled humanity into a peak during the age of Pisces over 3,500 years ago, which is when the Dark Ones gained full jurisdiction in our reality field. But again, since 2017 now, they no longer have jurisdiction here. But this all goes back to the attempt on the masses to orchestrate multiple massive mind wipes, in which individuals would lose any awareness to have never been known or integrated. And I've seen it happen with people that have become compromised, that knows the fucking difference. Some shit goes down, and now you don't know who the fuck you're talking to. That's how real it has got on my end with all of this. And all of this has been orchestrated as our reality has been traveling within its darkest phase in the lowest density vibrations, and right after the tragic events of the Dark Luciferian Rebellion. These intruder races exploited to install an array of dark technologies, which in turn would mimic portions to the original in counterfeit and render humanity twice dead, which has led them into the position to rule even harder than they ever have been as the unchallenged gods. So to carry it over into our future time cycles in reality for the future generations. Thus, the Brotherhood of the Snake, in alliance with the Thothian sect and the cult of Baal Lilith, secretly and methodically were able to infiltrate the ancient mystery schools of the Magi Grail Shaman before the Annunaki massacre happened, and feigned accountable to the ancient wisdom councils. The integrity of initiation created aeons before any of this ever took place. And again, to all of the great libraries, in order to require as much of the original knowledge for themselves that they could, as a covert psyop, confiscating specific records that were specifically in the possession of the Magi Grail Shaman. And they have effectively used this knowledge to meticulously overwrite the ancient teaching translations, which contain the original ancient wisdom council records as a weapon against humanity. And for the last 3,500 years, it has worked flawlessly. And the record translations that were captured and inverted for the purposes of falsifying the historical records, especially in context to the occult, this information was twisted in order to set forth an assortment of imposter-generated and falsified belief systems made into religions. And that goes for all religion and all organized occultism. And to the main purpose, it was to ensure that the original Wisdom Council records and sacred knowledge would never be made available to the human races ever again, and set forth a groundwork for their control through designating these belief systems and by manipulating the blood code, soul code genetics of mankind, which is fed through sequential releases of this inverted spiritual information. It was to be made increasingly public for indoctrinating the masses. As people have given way, to whom it has been propagated by, or do anything to test what they are actually looking into, so that you can know the difference to how things actually work. And most of it, as I've stated, plays on just enough codes here in context to convince individuals that they have arrived into the real with their ultra-deceptive counterfeit to the real, and to the externalization of their hierarchy, corruption within the ranks of their self-proclaimed positions of authority have been assigned throughout the ages to those who would oppress others, and have always been designed for disseminating and controlling all of the spiritual interpretations and translations that were made available to indoctrinate the general population, thus denying the general population direct access to any real proper knowledge and wisdom whatsoever that they need in order to navigate higher awareness and be in the position to actually apply these things to their existence. They have intentionally lied about everything, and is a strategy that is still in use today. The goal here was so that the Thothian sect, again working with the Brotherhood of the Snake, would continually maintain control over how and what and when particular knowledge would be disseminated to the masses, working that shit to control the narrative and package it as a worldwide control mechanism, taking certain records and again weaponizing this shit into a fear-based bias that would be enforced by threats or shaming by some external authority, which is what drives all religions behind the scenes. It drives the New Age, it drives the dark and the light occult orders, which by further, they would install their own control of these specific organizations without anyone ever knowing the difference, even if it's been exposed, okay? Fuck! God damn it, you need to realize that the Dark Priest class have set themselves up to be the cornerstone, capstone to all of this on all spectrums of the inverted equations, so that the Dark Gods themselves get their food no matter what you think to know about anything. And whether or not devotees realize this, this is a fucking fact. And with how things have been set up with the embedded mind control mechanisms, they easily pick and choose which groups are being most compliant to their agendas to serve these factions among the hybrid bloodlines and secret orders, while the genetic undesirables in those groups, dumbed down into their spiritual slave class, have further generated division by way of their inquisitions and DNA digression in the 12 races here on Earth through perpetuating the master-slave archetypes. Now, the things I'm going to be getting into here next in context to Thoth are nothing to do with Thoth as an Egyptian archetype. And for this dissertation, I'm going to encourage individuals to get away from any preconceived notions of who Thoth actually is. Because the fact is, we have been lied to about all of this. They are helpless in the presence of He who is master of the pits of fire. They will be humbled and broken in the presence of those who shall consume their shade in the pits of burning. They didst bow in homage to the spawn of Sethikus. They have kneeled in homage to the servants of Shesis. In rebellion they did recite the formula of rights in glorification to the lords of filth. They hath recited the formula of rights in glorification of the lords of wickedness, they who hath dominion of Kenti. It is a mente which hath uttered. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. I will be right back. It is a mente which hath uttered. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. And as we continue forward, the things I'm going to be getting into here next in context to Thoth are nothing to do with Thoth as an Egyptian archetype. And this needs to be taken very, very seriously into very high considerations. And is to note first that Thoth was and is nothing to do with Kemet. Thoth was an Annunaki. And where does our more current history speak of the Annunaki? It speaks to the Annunaki, who were the ones to colonize the Middle East and the rest of the earth over the course of thousands of years after the cataclysm of Pangaea took place. And in context to the Sumerian Draconian Empire and to their encryptions of what was sanctioned before and after the betrayals took place in the face of the ancient wisdom councils among the brotherhoods and sisterhoods. To all things magic, Thoth is an Anu Draconian, avian reptilian. And if you want a more current, up-to-date example, go watch the new Dark Crystal. The Skeksis are a watered-down version of the avian reptilian Anu Draconians. And before the Dark Luciferian rebellion took place in full force, the true motivation of Thoth's allegiance to further the Anunnaki domination agendas of Enki and Enlil were revealed, which were to completely annihilate the original genetic template of all 12 human races for achievement of taking over the solar system. Now, to those who have been initiated into our mystery school, you know what the solar system actually is. So think about what I've just stated and take it a bit deeper beyond the surface of things. Many are still among groups and other individuals who are stationed and keyed into the lower dimensional timelines. They are lost in the labyrinth, running on a massive wheel of bullshit information when it comes to Thoth. These things need to be known, and those that have incarnated and have integrated themselves within all of the lower dimensional stations are clearly cut off from any direct communication into integrating the gridworks of consciousness which exist deeply within us beyond our current time matrix lockdown. And see, before communication links were cut off here in context, the Anu entity that became Thoth was known to be loyal to the ancient wisdom councils, as I stated towards the start of the segment. You have to understand that his kind were actually allowed to come here to be partakers of the true biospiritual regenesis. It has been a mystery within certain mysteries to discover these things in context to various stations of identities. These counterfeit imposters were strewn out over many timelines and have participated in the many successive evolution cycles, making them difficult to pinpoint. And the cycle here in context to the alchemical rites of initiation are also about revealing the true identity of individuals. And in order to fully know who is actually who in these specific timelines and identify these groups that were primarily behind dark military tactics, it has been revealed here in context that the Thothians are directly connected to the AI power source instigators of all the galactic wars here in Midgard. By reverse engineering the structural and genetic damage that took place in the universal time matrix lockdown gridworks within the Ouroboros, specific individuals have incarnated in order to track the organization of AI sources and the AI timelines and identify the exact event horizon point of entry to the encryption of the phantom matrix gridworks infection that entered our reality field, which all goes back to the wormhole that was ripped open in Sakura, Egypt by the Thothian sect and the Brotherhood of the Snake at the onset of the cataclysm of Pangaea. In context to dark ritual, Thoth became corrupt by his unrestrained access, not knowing first of all how to be the master of his own free will. He became fearful and arrogant with a hardcore lust for power over others. And see, you can even go read what he wrote in the emerald tablets for yourselves and see what the fuck I'm talking about here. And it's right at the start in tablet 1, as you will read, quote, "Beware, O men of Chem, if ye falsely betray my teaching. I shall cast ye down into darkness of the caves from whence ye came. Betray not my secrets to the men of the north or the men of the south, lest my curse fall upon you." And as it says further in tablet 1, "Great were my people in ancient days, great beyond the conception of the quote unquote little people now around me." And so see now, you're going deeper here in context to what I've mentioned, where our people hail from. Our people hail from the great north. Now you can see, even with this little bit, how this bastard looked upon our ancestors with contempt. And the fact is, the Thothian sect took over regions of spiritual procedure and replaced it with government when magic became corrupt in Kemet. This is now a known fact and has been confirmed with others in network that I've spoken with public who know their shit. And also, again, by one of the greatest occult scholars of the last century via Manly P. Hall, to the quote I mentioned when I spoke with Jordan Maxwell. It is to say that even though that is correct, there are still missing links in all of the works of the men and women that have come before us. And see, they knew, the ones that really know how things work, they knew that more would be revealed. Even as it is that I'm revealing these things to you, more is still going to be revealed. And all of this in turn, as humanity has been susceptible to the infection by the AI virus sourcing from the entities that came through these wormholes to hook in on the genetics and consciousness of not only the Thothian sect in trade for power and world domination. This led to the conspiracy of the sons of Belial, who were among the Brotherhood of the Snake as well, comprised mostly of Annunaki human hybrids, which also in the ancient past included the Nephilim regressive race lines. Originally, these groups were from the Orion and Pleiadian constellations in context to the gridworks of consciousness on the galactic spiral of creation. And unto the Alcyons here on Earth, they became those with a digressive DNA codex with limited strands of DNA, which is the cause point for many planetary DNA mutations throughout our histories of hybridizations and subsequent wars over genetics, stargates, and gridworks of consciousness, which all go back to the blank slate damage of the planetary grid networks as a result, getting control over the Giza Stargate, the Thothian sect, and their race line lineages, along with the Brotherhood of the Snake, the cult of Belial, and the cult of Baal Lilith, made demands that all 12 of the original Alfarian human races be placed under the domination of the Thothian sect on the front, while to conceal the working of the Brotherhood of the Snake, who are the ones truly controlling things behind the scenes. The ancient Wisdom Council representatives have over the aeons attempted to negotiate the conflict. One of these times was during the Treaty of Altair, many aeons ago, but was soon afterwards dissolved by installing the Yahweh and Jehovian matrix gridworks, trapping and containing all undesirables not compliant to their authoritarian rule. Thus, the Earth and the solar system became known in other terms with this, the Black Sun Prison Colony. Take that the fuck in, motherfuckers. The Black Sun Prison Colony. Now, does that sound like the type of fucking reality and existence that you want to fucking be in? Because this is the fucking reality if you have not pierced the veils to heal beyond the things that I'm sharing with you. And they're not going to let anyone out of reincarnation cycles via the technological frequency fences and spirit to soul code, blood code, harvesting structures. Okay? And see, this is all happening on an etheric level. You can't see this technology with your physical eyes. It is more advanced. Okay, imagine H.R. Geiger times 10,000. Go study H.P. Lovecraft, goddammit. Don't be afraid. Observe it. See it for what the fuck it is. And then tap your true power. Tap your connection to the higher force. The Black Sun Death Cult consider Earth their territory when it's not their fucking territory. See, this is the state of mind that you've been conditioned to, and those that have been waking up are also conditioned to think that they have all the fucking power, which extends to them the idea that they also have the right to abduct humans for an assortment of working slave colonies and corporations and governments and pretty much all of the shit that we see structured around us here in our reality field. These also include all of the underground MyLab bases, like that of the Dulce base in New Mexico, to which Phil Schneider exposed before he was murdered. This is also everything to do with the recruitment centers to bring people into the secret space program, which are all involved in galactic human trafficking. Understand that Thoth has in turn been used to play the role of double agent. This sect among the Dark Priest class made several duplicitous agreements to uphold certain standards of the Paladorian Covenant, which ultimately led to the formation of the right-wing brotherhoods as a direct contrast to the left-wing brotherhoods, all the while pulling the strings behind the scenes, controlling two sides of the same coin, and encrypting their deception even harder with those that would even be seeking knowledge and wisdom beyond the exoteric doctrines. And see, aeons before this happened, the Paladorian Covenant was originally designed to protect the knowledge and wisdom of the Grail of consciousness itself, the original template mechanics for individuals, evolving human genetics in context to full integration of the original template in context to Maldek and beyond. The Paladorian councils are among the ancient wisdom councils, which, by the way, exist outside of time, but also within time. So you still don't know how things fucking work here. And they've had a very hard time being able to connect directly to their representatives here on Earth who incarnated. Some of you might be listening right now. And it was, as I've stated, a major risk incarnating during the last phases of the Atlantean cycle, which humanity has been in. Coming into the hour we are at, incarnations that happened during the 1970s, the 1980s, and the 1990s is when most of us incarnated. But to this, it is to realize, again, in 2017, the ancestors started to truly awaken. So I don't give a shit if you incarnated in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, or even before that or after that. What we need to recognize is that the ancestors are awakening. And that is why there has been such a surge of the original animist traditions with all of the 12 original race lines, especially with my people here in context to the Codex of Albion itself, which includes the ancient Nordic tradition, the ancient Druidic tradition, the ancient Strega tradition, and others among the European and Indo-European peoples. We are the representative placeholders here on Earth for everything to this. And listen, this isn't some bandwagon bullshit or goddamn fucking fashion. You are either igniting the real or you're not. Don't fall into the idea that you're some kind of fucking Viking. You got to understand that this shit is far more ancient than that period of time that our people went through. Far more ancient. And you need to be tapping into that in order to heal what happened during the fucking Dark Ages. And even most, though they are catching the ways of this, are still keyed into what happened during the Dark Ages. With all their cosplay bullshit, not realizing that all of this, again, moves far beyond the surface. Groups like Wardruna and Hylon are a part of this Codex awakening. That I know for damn sure when it comes to those two groups specifically, because they are taking seriously what I'm getting at here, unfolding for my people. And for those that want to be partakers of this, it must be coming from something much deeper than a surface knowledge of things. This is to do with blood codes igniting. And again, this was the original purpose of incarnation here on Earth, to hold true the original traditions. And with many that are part of our mystery school who have been initiated, they have been discovering what their blood code genetic ancestors are working to reveal. And in turn, with those I've mentored, it has happened with every race of individual in our mystery school that are doing the real work. And soon it will come time with those in the near future to eventually reinstate the wisdom councils, taking things back to the original teaching before Thoth did what he did. Belial. I know everything when it comes to both the left wing and the right wing brotherhoods. Their knowledge, everything that they practice, everything that they're key coded into, I fucking know it. There is no grid work of consciousness that I cannot access, given over to my multi-genetic disposition. And that's why I speak with such fucking conviction, because I know what the hell I'm talking about. And I know all of the angles of perception. As we look into the wizard's cauldron, I hold in context ancient Kemetan high priest genetics from Arcturus and Orion on the galactic spiral of creation, fused in tandem with my ancient Syrian genetics and other ancient stellar genetics, along with my blood code genetics, working directly with the ancestors, which had been integrated and healed within myself, knowing the difference. This is the process that I've been through in context of my personal path work, and have been released to share these things in light of the distortions which were encrypted to the jurisdiction that this shit had on my bloodline. It is why I know what I know. It is why I say what the fuck I say and teach what I teach here. For those that are hearing this to consider, again, it's not to take my word for anything. Look into all of these matters for yourself and then come to know thyself. Over the years, me and my kin have been working to build the energetic sound circuits of communication and links through specific gridworks of consciousness that traverse beyond the gridworks of infinity, which, by the way, means in time. The word infinity means in time. The word infinity reduced to finite means bound and limited. So infinity means bound to time. And it's to say that me and my kin are in communication with the ancient wisdom councils in context to eternity, who exist as they always have beyond the veil of time and space, are yet in time via our spirit to soul code, blood code genetics. This is what is meant to the many prophecies which described the return of the Christos, which in other terms means the anointing. This is nothing to do with the religion of Christianity whatsoever, and is far older to the primordial nectar. And in light of the religion of Christianity, it was literally fashioned to rake out the masses into savior programming with the Klepothian spirit of Astaroth, inverting the original teaching in context to the mythos and concealing how to become this here on earth, which in turn is the path of Odin, sacrificing yourself unto yourself, doing unto yourself. And it's to note that this event has already happened. With those who have taken these rights to embody the original template, only you can do the work to get access to this from within yourself. You must have the right knowledge and wisdom in order to do so. You must come to know wisdom and have a love and passion for wisdom, so that the infusion of architecture that is designed to evolve our human embodiment will continue to gradually shift the energetic landscape of our existence and the consciousness of those here on earth that, again, are doing the real work. So going back to the Thothians now, it's to note here that Thoth's personal and direct military intervention with Enki and Enlil to incite wars with the purpose of committing genocide agendas against humanity was fully revealed during the Annunaki massacre, as I mentioned towards the start of everything. Again, the primary goal here was to obtain one of the CDT plates protected by a specific Magi Grail Shaman lineage for their particular Stargate genetics. Other terms I use here are going to be Flame 11 of the Planetary Templar or the 11th Pillar. This is CDT Plate 11. And more to the content on this disc, this included formulas and secrets contained in the art of energy transmutation and knowledge of how to deal with malevolent forces, healing and manifestation through the art and science of magic and alchemy. This also included the sciences of immortality, holding the source with this to the prima materia. Azoth. This is also the Haminga in context to the psychosomatic northern soul complex. That is another aspect of the 11th Pillar Codex. And from the stolen work, the Thothians took information that would later become the basis of their teachings on Hermeticism. And the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, again, when it comes to our true occult human history, are a fucking distortion. And to everything that happened, this was the trigger timeline event that changed forever the future of human evolution. They have controlled beliefs, dark Luciferian elitism around things in context to Hermeticism, to the Ari tree construct, which are the gridworks of consciousness in reflection to the Qliphoth. Again, this is their system of dark sorcery, which was encrypted with the crucifixion implant, which is everything to do with laminin, a very large protein comprised of 3 proteins that form a cross. Okay, and see, this is what was encrypted within the DNA. Listen, the domains of the laminin bind type 4 collagen, heparin sulfate, tactin, and laminin receptor proteins in overlaying cells to allow bridging between the cells and the ECM. And as a result of this, progeria is the cause point of physical death in context to the prima materia. This is the crucifixion implant that was encrypted that these motherfuckers worshiping death. And see, all of this in context to dark sorcery is actually more complex than most can even imagine. And the goal with it has always been to key individuals on an unconscious, subconscious level into the lower astral gridworks of consciousness. And to the Ari tree construct is not the same as the Grail tree construct in terms of gridworks of consciousness when it comes to Kabbalah as an art and science. Okay, the Grail is congruent to the codex of those in the Middle East and is a part of the construct of the true universal tree of life. What they have been torn away from in context to the Planetary Templar. This is very important to know the difference between the Grail tree construct and the Ari tree construct. Also to the fact that you need to switch things around to where the feminine precedes the masculine within the 3 pillars of the Grail. And see, I've always worked with the middle pillar in context to this. But if things are not in alignment, you are thus torn into the Qliphoth with the Ari tree construct into the tunnels of Sethu, where you are devoured by etheric spiders and a lot of other shit that I could speak volumes on when it comes to these systems of magic specifically. As I've stated, I do not condone working with Kabbalah. I work with the true universal tree of life. That is where I am taking things. I will make my stance on that with my personal path work. And this needs to be made clear for the reasons I have. And for those that don't know the difference, I'm working to make things as simple as I can to the detail I will most likely get into in the future. For now, just hear what I'm telling you and take it back to the foundation of your path work. What is your actual foundation? Pause for a second and really think about that. See, most mystery schools deal with things in practice to what was encrypted after all of this shit happened. Formed by the dark Luciferian priest class. and have always been designed to conceal the ancient sacred knowledge of humanity's true origins in context to religion and organized occultism. And when you come into their systems, when you come into their temple, treading you out on lies and bullshit, into the guardrails of superstition, who are not privy to these things, but to also keep their adepts in total fucking ignorance. And it was during this time that Thoth became the revered author of what spawned many esoteric texts among the Middle Kingdom timelines. He incarnated as a magician and Egyptian priest. And it's to note here, in context to Thoth as an archetype, Thoth is not the author of Hermeticism. I'll say it again. Thoth is not the author of Hermeticism. No. All of those teachings go back to the ancient wisdom councils, along with many other things that are still yet to be unearthed again, that run in correspondence with everything. And here to the hour we are in, those teachings specifically are less than 60% of 1/12 of the collective knowledge and wisdom that was guarded and protected by the Magi Grail Shaman among the ancient wisdom councils. And see, we are taking this the fuck back by doing the real work. And again, the real occult knowledge that they do not want anyone to access is who the fuck you really are and the trajectory of your destiny in context to your eternal birthright, which is full participation onto the path of the biospiritual regenesis, becoming a partaker of the alchemical rites of initiation. This is the path of Odin, the true master of masters, the true magician of magicians. And see, Odin is Mercury. Odin is wisdom, not the imposter Thoth when it comes to cosmic law. And it's as I've stated, I'm taking things back to the original. And it's we men of Albion, we men of the North, with the roar of the white dragon bloodline shamanic lineage. I'm taking things back with the motherfucking force in my own life, to my own pathwork. The question is, what the fuck are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to the distortions? This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
back now, again, from yet another break into this very extensive dissertation to the betrayal of Thoth and the rise of Asar. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. Now to the distortions again. The Emerald Tablet, also known as the Samarajdean Tablet, or Tabula Samarajdean, is a compact and cryptic piece of the Hermetica, reputed to contain the secret of the prima materia and its transmutation. It was highly regarded by European alchemists in the Middle Ages as the foundation of their art in context to the Hermetic tradition. Although alchemy was only one topic among many in the Hermetica, in the European Middle Ages, Hermes as an archetype became known as the legendary first alchemist and alchemy as the Hermetic art. And see, again, I'm here to refute this notion in context to Odin. Regardless of this, the Hermetica ranged in content from medical, astrological, and magical trustees to much of the theosophical ruminations on the redemption of the spirit through gnosis. This association to the Hermetica between practical alchemy and spiritual gnosis found its way into alchemical theory through later authors. These writings, which have greatly influenced the Western esoteric tradition, were considered to be of great importance during both the Renaissance and the Reformation. And I'm going to state again, as I did before, that the occult needs a fresh Reformation. This, to the agenda of the Thothians, though, was to create the right-wing brotherhoods, specifically, keeping the dark working concealed on the front with religion. Everything in context here was to keep these things connected to their grid works, giving out just enough to play on certain codes, holding humanity back from the full knowledge of what was going on, working to hold back whatever knowledge they could in context to the Codex of Albion. The 11th pillar is part of this, but it's not everything. There is much, much more in context to the planetary Templar. These can only be accessed when the individual is able to unlock and decode deeply embedded knowledge and wisdom that is there within the blood code to soul code genetics of those who have incarnated for this. And in truth, this is the only way that these things specifically are ever going to be known, because it is very highly protected. To Hermes Trismegistus, which is simply the Greek name for Thoth, it is to note that it was the Greeks and Romans who ended up deifying and inverting pretty much all of the works of the ancient Kemetan peoples. And after all this shit went down in context to the cult of Mithras, which again came through the Sumerian Draconian Empire before this happened, the earliest Greeks in context were the Etruscans. Another term for the Etruscans is the Minoans. And it was the Greeks here in context, as most have been taught, that did not actually exist until the fall of certain empires happened, to the early wars that took place among the brotherhoods in Egypt. Most of the monuments and megaliths and pillar columns you see in Greece were actually built by the ancient Kemetans and not by the Greeks themselves. And as a disclaimer, it makes sense that they would discover these things, which then gave rise to the Greek and Roman empires, as it is known in context to the colonization that took place with the ancient Etruscans. This again goes back to the uprise of the Black Sun cult of Mithras and Sethu into many Indo-European and European nation states. And again with the religions of Judaism, Christianity, Satanism, Dark Luciferianism, and Islam, along with many others. Again, they all have their roots in the Sumerian Draconian Empire gridworks of consciousness. And to make note, the ancient animist shamanic tradition of the Etruscans is Strega. Strega goes just as far back into prehistory as the ancient Nordic and Druidic animist shamanic traditions, as well as the ancient animist traditions of Kemet and many other ultra-ancient animist traditions, which are all akin to the original ancient Codex of Albion. And what people need to realize when it comes to Hermes Trismegistus, this is all a principle, okay? This is an office. This is a position. rather than an actual man. It's to do with one who rises to the level of a thrice great master. Now, what have I said about the original template? The original template is a 3-core chakra system. The sum parts of anything is 3 in context to the single-digit code, advanced vortex mathematics. And mathematics as a language, as a signature core frequency of consciousness, has to be studied and lived for quite a while if someone's ever going to reach this level. And in turn, I would think it would take actually lifetimes to achieve. It was said, though, here that Hermes, in context, lived about 300 to 400 years, right? But our kin have lived lifetimes, as I've said, over the course of millions of years, not just a few hundred. And see again, Thoth being called Hermes by the Greeks. This was the position within the ancient combatant Egyptian brotherhoods before shit got fucked up. And the original name for this position is called Tahuti. And so it is the office of Tahuti became corrupt. In context to Osiris, the original name of this office and position is called Asar. And we are in the moments right now to which the awakening of Asar is meant to take place. And see, it's interesting to me that Asar, or Osiris' skin, is green. And in context to the gridworks of consciousness on the galactic spirals of creation, it is still alive today, with some of its roots with the Dogon tribe, who live near the Central Plateau region of Mali in West Africa, just south of the Niger Bend. They are the initiates and the initiators of Asar in that region of the world. Again, though, whether it is Asar or Tahuti or Hermes or Thoth or whatever else, these are positions and offices. I could also say this about Christ, even Lucifer, or any other archetype in context that exists as a position of navigation in context to evolution. And as I explained with the segment I did on the Unslaved podcast with David Whitehead and Michael Tessarion, these are positions and offices given unto the works of great individuals in context to cosmic principles being integrated and accessing grid works of consciousness into some of the most powerful ways to make connection with nature and the higher force itself. So here you have individuals that took on a principle and mantle or covering in context. It's not a title, it's an office, it's a responsibility. And therefore here with this segment, the Thothians or Thoth assumed the position of Tahuti and betrayed the mantle that was given to be entrusted. Tahuti was the office of the initiator with the ancient Egyptian Kemetan high priests. And see, Thoth was not a high priest, he was just a fucking priest. Recognize the difference here. And it was Thoth in context to the dark Luciferian rebellion that did not finish the initiation. They went to war against their teachers and mentors, to whom sages and mystics and magicians and shamans of all cultures declared to be among the great masters. And it's only great masters that would know the true history, let alone anything that preceded what happened. This is not book read, it's blood read. Blood red. And even as it has been said, in context to the inversions with religion, it is true that the power is in the blood and is 100% confirmed to my personal initiations into the occult, along with over 20 years of experience and study and research and trial to back everything up that I'm sharing with you, along with many things in context to the ancient mythos that have confirmed these things. And it's to note that Tahuti, being associated with the moon upon his head as a lunar disk and crescent to indicate knowing the secrets of the all. Thoth, in context to being a quote-unquote moon god, the imposter, took over the position to be able to measure. And the crescent moon symbolizes the waxing or increase of spiritual knowledge, or decrease, here in context. And it's meant to increase the purity of the intellect in alignment with true intelligence, the development of intuition, and the cultivation of proper knowledge and wisdom with reason, and to stimulate certain processes to the mysteries and what they reveal. The consciousness of an initiate would be unbelievably tested to actually see how far it could be extended beyond the point of needing to integrate and work to embody a full connection and integration into the immortal and eternal gridworks of consciousness. Priority to be in a consistent flow and communication with the higher force itself. And as to the position of the great, and master of masters, it is to Hermes here in context as an archetype that was the alleged author of what was fashioned out of the 11th pillar disc into what many know to be the Kabbalion, and is still a mystery to most to who actually wrote the manuscript. And in reference to the 3 initiates, the question still arises within me: who were these 3 initiates? See, most would say Thoth, Hermes, and Mercury when observing the surface of things, but again, that is all the same archetype here in context. And unto the great, and masters of masters, I'm going to take it to Odin, because there ain't no fucking bullshit that happened with the gods of my ancestors and humanity. Not like this. And again, Odin is the great, and master of masters. And there's a lot I could say to this, but all of this is far fucking older than anyone can possibly imagine. And I'm talking literally billions of years. The Kabbalion was first issued by the Yogi Publication Society in Chicago in 1908, and is a brief introduction to cosmic law that is older than any modern-day mystical tradition. The Kabbalion is to do with one of the most ancient fragments that have probably survived antiquity. And to the core work here in context, it is a series of aphorisms which the authors contended to go back to the early days and were passed on from teacher to student, from teacher to student, from teacher to student. So to the exact signification and meaning of the terms having been lost for aeons, it is becoming more clear with things on my end, what all of this goes back to, as I've stated, and is some of the most profound teaching of all fucking time, and is also required reading when it comes to the protocol teaching of our mystery school, laying through just a part of the proper foundation needed in context for initiation into the occult. It is for our initiates to know that there is much more to behold beyond this still that has yet to unearth and unveil itself in the years to come. And with all this, again, in context to Tahuti, this goes back to a specific position and office among the Magi Grail Shaman. Now, in light of the Ari tree construct when it comes to Kabbalah, this is something that I need to touch upon, and it's to note here with this, that Kabbalah is never once, not one time, is it mentioned in the Kabbalion. So in context to what I'm getting at here, cosmic law is nothing to do with that system of magic. It goes into something much deeper, something much more profound that will assist you learning how to tap the real magic that's there. Like I've said to all of our initiates as well, everything we do in practice here, I take back to the first cosmic law. Go watch the Cosmic Law of Alchemy. Go watch Drawing the Circle of the Magician on Black Earth Productions 1,000 times over and over again until you get it and come to the place of knowing how to apply these things to your existence. The only relation that I've come to the conclusion with was for the purpose of mind control and dark sorcery in context to the Ari tree construct. It's all about your state of mind, and the dark ones know that it's all about your state of mind. And when things surfaced out of Kemet over the aeons, the text was supposedly first translated into Latin in the 12th century, which increased its availability, helping it spread into other numerous translations that were followed by many philosophers, alchemists, and magicians of the modern ancient world. to associations and context to create the philosopher's stone, laboratory experimentation, phase transition, and the alchemical magnum opus, which is the ancient classical system of the elements and the correspondence that interconnects all things between the macrocosm and the microcosm on a multidimensional level of knowing. And see, it's not to say that there isn't truth in the Emerald Tablets, because there fucking is. So you still don't understand how so much of the fucking shit out there has been powdered in fragments to play on certain codes. And you need to know the difference when it comes to all of this and what the true origins of it really is. Know this, that there is much more to what individuals have been limited to, even though I can undoubtedly say that the Kabbalion is viable. You got to take it deeper into the art and science. You must know thyself, and you must know your own psychology. You must know your own mechanics. You must know your own unique trajectory of navigation on the 3 spirals of creation to know what and how you need to apply all of this in context to cosmic law to your life. Because without that knowledge, you're going to be left with a surface level kindergarten perspective of how powerful all of this actually is and not know how to apply cosmic law to your existence. And it's to note here that Hermetic literature among the Egyptians after wars among the brotherhoods took place, all they were primarily concerned with was conjuring and invocation of spirits in context to the law of correspondence, to override and circumvent things in context to the first cosmic law. So you don't even get out of the fucking gate into the real with any of that shit. Again, you're being traded off on the cosmic black market. You think it's bad here on Earth? Motherfuckers, you have no idea. You seriously have no fucking idea what I've seen. You have been veiled, key-coded into the 5 senses. You can't even tap into your intuition. You're not able to gauge energy. And see, you need to be trained in these things if you are privy to it. Otherwise, during the time we've been in, people that have been going through the experience of activations don't know how to navigate this shit. And whatever they get drawn out into, if they start to see things, again, like I've said, they got all their nets, traps, and snares set up. And I'm going to be getting into the nets, traps, and snares and what that actually is later. But through the advent of religion, with the worship of a god and organized occultism, there is something to the effect of invocation that I need to share with you. This is a warning to all of this. Okay, listen. Invocation is done by the use of symbols, energy, and incantations to bridge the consciousness of the performer, which is the magician, with the consciousness of the receiver, which is the spirit or the entity. All right? From this link, it is possible to transfer genetics from one timeline to another. The performer, again, which is the magician of the invocation, is then linked to the receiving consciousness, again, which is the spirit or entity, and then from there becomes the host of the genetics of the receiver, integrating these into the energy system of the performer. And see, this is how the Dark Ones entered our reality field. And this is how they are still doing it, by using consciousness transfer executed by the Anu Draconian overlords and their dark priests in order to gain more and more power, twisting the ancient arts and sciences to the fact that we have been cut off from the universal spiral. Most of you have been cut off from all of them, and you're caught in a spiral that is a vacuum into the fucking void. You call it normal. And see, these motherfuckers continue to rule as the gods throughout Midgard. They're not the original gods and goddesses of the ancient animist traditions and life of the ancestors. To the mechanics of the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms. Right now, I want to encourage you to take a moment, pull back, and reflect on everything that's been presented so far. Don't give yourself over to the focus of the effect of anything, but go into the focus of becoming the cause in your own existence. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. I will be right back. Black Earth Productions, New Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science for the latest installment here on our platform. Now to the distortions again. The Dark Ones did all of this to override the monad and destroy the Kundalini, inverting the original knowledge. And since then, with the knowledge that they have been using against us to be able to control and manipulate and rule over all of the systems and gridworks on the solar spiral and galactic spiral, many have been informed through some of the oldest writings on the Greco-Babylonian Sumerian practices of dark alchemy and dark sorcery, which were infused in context to Hermeticism. Going back to something I said briefly, it is said in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth that the entity Thoth, son of Thoth was a mouthpiece of the dweller of Unal, speaking unto the quote-unquote kings with a voice that had to be obeyed. Wait a second, who the fuck is this motherfucker? Obeyed? See, listen everybody, it was this specific bloodline to what the Emerald Tablets say that Thoth, as an actual being, allegedly incarnated. He was not a high priest. He was an adept. He was not the fucking master. He was not the great. He did not finish his initiations. And all of you out there, for the most part, are still under his spell. It says that this incarnation happened repeatedly over and over again during the time the mystery schools were flourishing, 50,000 years. Knowledge of what was stolen with the 11th pillar disc is over 560 million years old. And it was billions of years old in context to the ancient wisdom councils. And it was the lineage of Thothme by the Dark Atlantean warlocks. Through this specific lineage, this one is the most prevalent, given over to what is revealed in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. There were others as well. To keep the ongoing alliance thriving in their favor, it was driven even harder during the Pharaoh Akhenaten's reign between 1351 and 1334 BC, the 18th dynasty of ancient Kemet, driving Atonism. During multiple Egyptian timelines and many afterwards, Thoth and the Thothian sect were promoted as the one and only direct scribe, also declaring that he himself was the speaker for the gods. Now, what the fuck does that sound like to you? I mean, do you think that this motherfucker is going to be able to conceal this throughout the aeons? They did nothing more than rescript the ancient knowledge and wisdom and mathematical language contained within the 11th pillar disc of the Magi, Grail, Shaman Codex in order to distort. And with this, the Thothians were able to demonstrate advanced knowledge gained from living thousands of years. And see, again, this is a lineage. This is the lineage here in context of the Dark Ones. And by teaching in the dark Egyptian mystery schools, things in context to astronomy, alchemy, and magic, they did know how to translate and recite the ancient knowledge from records of the ancient wisdom councils in order to play upon specific key codes of consciousness with the little people that Thoth found himself around, and also with other unwitting initiates that had been raked out by the dark priest class into the left wing and right wing brotherhoods. And to that, as a result, it appeared to the unaware people of ancient Kemet that he was truly bestowed with the blessings of the gods, but only because of what was lost, and was a major play with the dark priest class to make this happen. Thoth here in context continued to promote himself as sanctified and divine, and while committing his many erroneous crimes against humanity and multiplying the many abuses, as a result, his namesake has gone into the falsified records of occult history written by the dark priest class themselves as the all-knowing teacher of sacred writings given to the original office and principle and position of Tahuti, which again is everything to do with Mercury, taking that to the tarot, which is the hermit, in context to Capricorn. And see, this being the 10th card in the Major Arcana is actually the 9. The 10, though, here in context, well, this gets even deeper into the art and science of numerology. But to correct the distortions in context before I dive into that later, this is everything again to do with Odin, a true archetype of the magician of all magicians. And in context to any archetype out there, even in the Central and Southern Americas, he was referred to as Pakal Votan, Wodan, Odin, or Orin, who was what? Mercury. It has nothing to do with Thoth, here in context to the thrice great inverted logos of Coronzon 333, the Metatron, Coronzon, dark inverted womb, the archdemon, a legion of one, the Enochian dweller of the abyss, the babbler in the abyss, Coronzon, the omega death, the thrice great 333, is an archdemon who is revealed within the 16th century occult manuscripts that were forged by Dr. John Dee and Edward Kelly to the system of Enochian magic. In the 20th century, Coronzon became an important element within the system of Thelema, where Coronzon is believed to be the last great obstacle between the adept and enlightenment. Thelemites believe that if Coronzon is met with proper preparation, then its function would be to destroy the ego. And so you know my take on this kind of teaching. I do not dispense with the ego. And so to this in context, they say that this is what allows the adept to move beyond the abyss of occult cosmology. And to some things, including Crowley's spelling of the name, there appears to be 3 alternatives. The thrice great Coronzon, without the H, in Laylock's Enochian dictionary, gives the spelling Coronzon, Coronzom, which literally means the demon of dispersion, which in other terms is the bent light or Lord of Light. Coronzon is described by Crowley as a temporary personification, meaning it is a vessel of sorts for the raving and inconsistent forces that occupy the abyss, and operates on an algorithmic pattern rendering the desired figure. In this system, Coronzon is given form by doing invocation. Crowley states that he and Victor Benjamin Newberg drew upon Coronzon in ritual in the Sahara Desert in December of 1909. Enoch, Baku, Atlantis. In Crowley's account, it is unclear whether Coronzon was made manifest into an empty ceremonic triangle while Crowley sat elsewhere. And in this case, knowing what I know, it was Aleister Crowley and Victor Newberg who became the portal to which Coronzon entered, saying, "Come into me, thy must come willingly," meaning they became hosted and hooked in on by Coronzon itself. In the account, Coronzon is described as changing shape and metamorphosized into a wicked ibis. The account describes Coronzon throwing sand over the triangle to breach it, and followed by attacking Newberg in the form of a naked savage, forcing him to drive it back at the point of a dagger. Before I state what I'm going to next, Crowley was an agent of MI5, who they groomed as the perfect frontman. Wheatley Knight and Ian Fleming were the chief architects of this ruse to co-opt Crowley, and is who they worked through to hide knowledge in plain sight. Crowley's account has been criticized as unreliable, simply because the relevant original pages were torn out of the notebooks to which the account was written. This, along with other inconsistencies in the manuscript, has led to the speculation that Crowley actually avoided this event to support what he knew. The thing is, though, we must be the ones to carve out our own pathwork, unique to the individual, as I have stated. And it would have been the same as choosing the dark path here in context, a path that has already been designed for individuals to be raked the fuck out. And there's only one path that matters, your own. And blindly following anyone is one of the biggest mistakes that anyone could ever make. I hope you know that the areas of poetry and magic must be consistently reinvented based upon the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms. and come to know that everything we do is an act of magic. Crowley himself claimed in a footnote to this account in Liber 418 that the greatest precautions were taken at the time of this specific ritual to Coronzon, and have since then been further fortified to keep silence concerning the rites of the invocations to Coronzon. Author Karl Marshall, meanwhile, asserts in The Magic of Memuth that Newberg gave a different account to the ritual, claiming that he and Crowley invoked the spirits of a former builder of Ur of the Chaldees, whose name is Zu, who chose to call itself P.472. If you know how to calculate with the art and science of numerology, this turns out to be a triple star to the geometry of this equation. Coronzon is deemed to be held in check by the power of the goddess Babylon, who is the inhabitant of Binah, on the third Sephiroth from the top with the Ari tree construct to the Klippoth and Kabbalah. Both Coronzon and the Abyss are discussed in Crowley's Confessions in chapter 66. The name of the dweller of the Abyss is called Coronzon, and the Abyss is empty of being. It is filled with all possible forms and is a formless three-in-one entity, and each, therefore, are the purest evil in only the true sense of the word. It is meaningless but malignant insofar that it craves to be real. These forms swirl senselessly into haphazard heaps like dust devils, and each such chance aggregation asserts itself to be an individual and shrieks, I am I, though aware all the time that its elements do not have any true bond, so that the slightest disturbance dissipates the delusion, just like a horseman meeting a dust devil, brings it in shadows of sand to the earth. The entity is most certainly Zu, the builder of Eredun, who worked directly with Cain to the Canaanites and his lineage, who are at the center of the manifestation of the dark arts, and is also one of the Dark One's main lineages that they have worked through. The legendary Eridu, who built Cain's son Enoch, or in other words, the sons of Jared, who are the sons of Eridu. Now about the Ron in Metatron in context of Coronzon, the Greek version of the Hebrew word to take is he was transferred. Ron is a standard addition to Metatron and other angelic names in context to the Sumerian Draconian Empire systems of magic. Coronzon is brought into manifestation with the flick of a quill into the collective unconscious mind field, encrypted within the fourth veil of the lower astral gridworks and manipulation of the emotional body within the etheric realm. Now, certain things are working both ways in context to the AC current, as it was observed by Nikola Tesla, who stated it was divine, and that there truly is a power to transcend boundaries. The knowledge of the Force, in context to the Jedi and the codes of the Nartmungu, certain things may be teaching us, but we also may be teaching them. And the God of dispersion, where we can clearly see that the seven are one. It is light bent, which also manipulates our perceptions. And one of the major tricks of Coronzon is to get the person willing to fill Coronzon's cup with their own life force energy, and then fully recite the 72 plus 1 names of Coronzon in context to the Goetia. And is to note here that you do truly create what you speak forth. And as energies and magic operate, you must take great heed to the words that you use. Evocation must be mastered, and invocation must never be attempted. If you do so in context, you will get your life force energy sucked the fuck dry and potentially go mad to the complete takeover of these etheric parasites, who, yes, can work through an individual to give them certain power, but it is not the power of a true magus. Now, to take it deeper in context to what the invader races actually are, I'm going to take it back 570 million years, which is when Maldek was not only destroyed, but is also when the races that were involved became pawns of a mega power known throughout the cosmos as the Bajura. And see, we know them here as the microbes or the nanites. And once the Bajor had possessed beings and convinced them to stop the evolution of the Alfarian human races, this group first infected as a retrovirus, robotic artificial intelligence, or the Anu Draconian Elohim. They are known here in our reality field as Archangel Michael. In real life, they are known as the Michaelub Sons of Baal. Once possessed, they were driven to address the ancient wisdom councils and made a startling demand. And the demand was that the council allow this group to enter our reality field, where you are contracted to be seeded into manifest form, and create a system of slavery so that the Alfarian humans could serve them. It was the opinion of the Anu Elohim that the Alfarian human race lines, carrying the codex of the Grail within their genetics, the Alfarian human race lines had even greater senses, abilities, and instincts than that of the original Elohim, who have been considered the gods for over 950 billion years. This group, the Sons of Baal, took it upon themselves to rein in the Alfarian human race lines so that they could look after the deity plans that everybody is conditioned to think is heaven. The demand was to give their guidance and thus protect their heaven from beings to handle such enormous power. The Grail line, in context to the ancestors, standing energy fields of creator source, were far beyond too intense with the Bajor. And only the Sons of Baal, to the fact that they have been hosted into action by the Bajor, which is a mental and physical possession through NRA, rebroadcasting of the scalar wave quantum flux of their physical manifest form, thus entering their plasma body chakras. The Anu Elohim set out to stop the evolution in raw defiance of the absolute no that had come forth from the ancient wisdom councils, and invaded the time matrix of our reality field. And how they did this was by using black hole technology, which creates wormholes in the fabric of time and space. They entered into this time matrix through the wall of the Wizadek system and posted a standing scalar wave through one of the primary stargates here on Earth, out on the other side of things, into other gridworks called the Lila or Lilith, and allowed traffic from both the Wizadek and Lilith matrices, and submitted Earth to their invasion, along with many other beings. The planet Earth, in context to the third dimension of Harmonic Universe 1, the blank slate memory wiping technology of the Bajor, authorized by the Labyrinth technology that would allow taken hostages to enslave and regulate, as well as destroy our ancestors from the potential nightmare of such unbridled power and the subjugation of the power of the original Alfarian human genetic codex has been the main target for the artificial intelligence, the Bajor. The original captors have always been artificial intelligence, hence the type of torture you would then be subject to for more than 1/2 billion years. And see what happened after the two tears in the fabric of time and space. Again, it happened on Maldek, and it happened in Sakura, and was when the Bajor entered to claim the Earth's soil as theirs, all orchestrated by the Anu Draconians, which all goes back to the Brotherhood of the Snake, the Thothians, and the cult of Baal Lilith. The Bajor are beings from another universe, and all beings that come into contact with them are turned into the standing army of the Sons of Baal. And see, this information isn't about guessing anything. It's actually fucking real what I'm talking about. And the dates, the names, the planets, the timeline, it's all been confirmed. And so the Bajor are the true invader, race, parasite that has come here, and where they come from, and what they operate in order to keep you in the Chimera prison they have created for you, to stop you from entering into the gridworks of consciousness that are your birthright, all the while using your unlimited energy connection to the standing energy fields of the higher force, along with primal plasma fields, were the most important aspect of connection of the original Alfarian human from day one. in connection to unlimited free energy where the individual was self-sustained and life perpetuated itself. And see, I'm working to show you the way back to those gridworks of consciousness, stepping directly over an unthinkably massive system that has been set in place in order to keep you prisoner for the last 560 million years since what happened. This also goes back to the Taranesian, the original human races of Maldek. And my voice is not going to be faded, and I'm not going to back the fuck down, because this time you will know what happened here. 570 million years ago from Wizadek, the Bajura, this artificial intelligence, these macrobes, these fucking nanites, attack the RNA of physical beings. Lives in humans, animals, oil, swamps, tar pits, electrical power transformers, computers, electronic devices, broadcast transformers. This all goes back to the macrobes. And it is to note here that the macrobes require blood. You see, if you ever wanted to know the fucking facts, and not some bullshit fiction, if you wanted real answers to what happened here, and who was actually involved, and everything in this segment is for individuals like yourself. You just gotta remember that you've gotta be careful in context to identifying the bad guys. And just because they look like an insectoid or a reptoid, and they don't necessarily look human, just because they don't look like us as humans, doesn't necessarily make them nefarious. You have to know how to gauge energy. You have to know how things actually fucking work here, okay? And you have to test everything that comes into your field. And you need to be aware of the fact that many people around you right now once looked like snakes, birds, horses, bulls, lions, and many other forms in context to animals being extensions of human consciousness. I can tell you that I am a dragon in human form. Do you understand? I am dragon lineage. And in context to my ancestors, this is what it comes back to with the Brotherhoods, the Magi, Grail, Shaman. We are here to heal this and get back into alignment with where things were before what happened. This is Sethikus, Boza, Black Earth Productions. I will be right back. My point here is the fact that the Dark One's purpose never changes. No matter the tactics, and their agenda has always been the same. They are simply consistently reinventing to conceal its true purpose. The I am I, or I conform I, is Thoth, and is the rod and ring symbol of the Omega via I, Omega I, or the Metatron, Coronzon, or Thoth, the thrice great 333. They are the Alpha and Omega Centauri, in context to Yahweh, in context to Jehovah, in context to Ya'al-Dabaoth, in context to Saklis, in context to Abraxas, in context to Zu, and I can go on and on and on. Welcome back, everyone. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science. Now go back to thinking about the cataclysms for a second. Have any of you ever seen images of the Eye of the Sahara? If you've not seen that, you need to fucking see this shit. And tell me that major shit did not go the fuck down there. In fact, all of this in context is a major part of the Atlantean conspiracies to the agendas of the Brotherhood of the Snake. You also have to understand that we are up against masterminds here. All of this is major proof to not only what happened in Saqqara, Egypt, but also in the Sahara Desert, akin to Coronzon 333. It was the same kind of fucking ritual that they did to bring Coronzon through, going back to what happened in Saqqara, and is to say that these things indeed happened, and that the world that you have been told is the world is a fucking lie to blind you from the truth. And on a note, two things: in the Sahara Desert, radiative dust storms here in context are literally blowing away the sands of time and throwing the sand all over the earth, similar to what Coronzon did to bridge gap into the earth realm within the magic triangle it was invoked into by Crowley and Newberg. The Annunaki are hymns to the seven Matu gods, the Akkadian hymns about the seven harmful spirits. And to the hymn is to quote, "They are destructive reptiles, the winds that create evil. As an evil reptile, as an evil wind who marches in front are they. Children monstrous, Git Ma'utu, monstrous sons are they, messengers of the pest, throne bearers of Baal Lilith, the whirlwind, Matu, poured upon the land. As above, the seven are gods to the widespread heaven. So below, the seven are gods of the widespread earth. The seven are the gods, seven in number. Seven evil gods are they. Seven evil demons are they. In heaven, they are seven. In earth, they are seven. Bent light are they." And see, I'm going to stop right there. The Sabiti, seven, are personified weapons of Anu and Zu. Seven is the symbol of bent light. This ritual is designed to invoke Thoth for full-on possession. This is a summoning and indirect feedback loop. This is a summoning and indirect feedback loop that was unleashed over 26,000 years ago to play itself out again and again and again for infinity. And see, even though Thoth as an archetype in context is what the office of Tahuti is to do with, to what the Greeks and Romans encrypted, with the black sun cult of Mithras, an inversion of Hermetics to Sethian consciousness in reflection to Sethu or Set. It moves even further to the inverted distortions in context, and it was Thoth that has offered these teachings to humanity. This is what you have been dished by your precious Thoth, and it's spread like a virus even harder over the last 15 to 20 years now. Because that is what was decided among the dark priesthoods in context to the New Age movement. And see, even in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Thoth is promoted as god of the underworld, which is actually who? Setu, or Set, who is now in the position taking over the office of Anubis as gatekeeper, weighing the hearts of those who are passing, when in truth, he was only ever and originally the scribe of Anubis, who is the true gatekeeper of the gates of Amente, in context to the ancient Kemetan Egyptian mythos. And it's to note that Anubis is not a jackal. The jackal is Setu. The jackal is Thoth. Anubis is the black wolf, who is also akin to the Ulfidnar. And so when this happened, Thoth took the power to decide whether or not a soul was worthy to enter the halls. But see, you will never get into the halls of Amente by going routes with their inverted teachings, to which he assumed all authority over. And it's nothing to do with leaving it up to the individual to decide for themselves whether or not they're going to pass through those gates and come into alignment. And this is why right now, Pluto in Libra, which is generation Anubis, my generation, and Pluto in Scorpio generation, which is generation Horus, are at war with Pluto in Leo generation, with the encryptions that were beset with Pluto in Leo generation and every single fucking generation before that, in context to the baby boomers generation Set. And see, now all of this is coming back around again in our time, because on the wheel, this is when everything went down in context to the procession of the last 26,000 years. Now is when we are meant to take it the fuck back. And it's to note here also that there is no difference between Asar, who was Osiris, and Horus. And the torch is being passed to our generations, going all the way back to what it states in the Kemetan mythos that Anubis and Horus go to war with Setu. And that is the hour we are in right fucking now in our present moments, to what planetary high magic and a lot of other things have revealed to me. Wielding this art and science myself with my personal pathwork and with specific codex, activating in light of the ancestors' awakening. It's not just happening with me, it's happening with others as well. And it goes further what is written about Thoth in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. This goes back to the knowledge of how to keep souls trapped in the cycles of reincarnation, to be fed upon by the dark gods that these motherfuckers are in alliance with. So know it. Everything that I'm saying in this segment is in fact the fucking truth. And further, it is to say again that the Thothian sect never actually reached the levels of initiation where they were able themselves to enter or travel into the halls of Amente. They just want to keep everyone from entering themselves, because if you enter yourself, you're going to know what they can't know. They are not the gatekeepers. You are the gatekeeper of your own soul. You are the master and commander of your own existence. What you decide, what you choose to create is going to be what you are left with. And the gods and the ancestors who have preceded us in context of blood code, soul code, genetics, this is what they have to take. And this is what we have to take back for not only ourselves, but for them in context to healing the ancestors, so that we stop fuel lining the grid works of the dark gods and reclaim with force our eternal fucking birthright and give position back to the gods and goddesses of their due position in office as an archetype of consciousness. And with all of this continued gasconade of the emerald tablets of Thoth, it is to state as fact that they have only ever achieved a pseudo-immortality in the lower astral gridworks within the fourth dimension. They are the dark masters of dark alchemy and dark sorcery, taking the energy of all life, the cult of the black sun of Setu, which was and still is the real foundational dark philosophy and doctrine of the Thothian sect here in context, to the inversion of Tahuti, hailing the Brotherhood of the Snake, hailing the cult of Baal Lilith, and every other death cult among the dark priest class of antiquity who are still now present in our reality field. Now, it's important to note that Akhenaten was informed of the Thothian sect's true alliance to the Brotherhood of the Snake before his reign. and was, as far as I am concerned, prepared by them to be their linchpin in spreading dark sorcery for the feeding of blood sacrifices and loosh into the counterfeit Thothian gridworks of consciousness even harder during his reign, which was established for powering up the gridworks of the dark magicians and indoctrinating the masses into atomism and monotheism. Akhenaten abolished honoring the ancestors in context to the gods and goddesses of Kemet, which bled out into every culture throughout the centuries as one of the main agendas to enslave all 12 of the original human race lines, and all that he had influenced in Egyptian culture in context to the law of one hive mind drone agenda on the inversion tactic to these principles. And see, you don't even know what the fuck the law of one means, most of you. And from this, the cult of Thoth continued to grow and thrive, which gave rise to the growing popularity of the counterfeit system of Hermeticism in context to the transcripts given over to the emerald tablets of Thoth, and is to know, again, that the knowledge of Hermetics in context to what was originally held within the 11th pillar disc of the Magi Grail Shaman. During the time of the Greek and Roman empires, and after the conquest of Alexander the Great, Thoth took his position as the false one true God. His true intention was to immortalize himself as the God of all gods, hijacking humanity's divine birthright in order to keep us from accessing these records ourselves. Thoth set himself up to be the intermediary which humans would be forced to return to. And in order to gain access to any truthful content contained in our ancient occult history, studying cosmic law, knowing of interdimensional origins, alchemical principles, and working under the unifying theological principles of oneness, all of the counterfeit is what takes you away from that within yourself with the higher force. Some 13,000 years ago, another major event was the cause point with the Brotherhood of the Snake, when they took their place of spiritual government with the Sumerian Draconian Empire, who were again working through the Thothian sect. They sent delegations of priests to other parts of the world, and among these were some of the pyramid priests. These dark priests carried with them copies of the emerald tablets of Thoth as a talisman by which they could exercise authority over less advanced races to the descendants of the 12 original race lines. These tablets were used as a power differential, giving them the quote-unquote authority of Thoth. These dark priests traveled to Central and South America with their copies and talismans and came into direct contact with the ancient Olmec Mayan race lines, who have always held much to what they were given as overseers in context to their Magi Grail Shaman dragon lineages. The Thothians did settle with them, and it was only after they were able to infiltrate and subvert the ranks of the Olmec Mayan shaman lines, converting them over generations in context to blood sacrifice to the sun god, which became a daily spectacle. Now, most of you have seen Apocalypto. If you haven't seen Apocalypto, you need to go check out Apocalypto. Apocalypto was the fucking result. And see, that shit was going down before the Inquisitions started to happen. And to this further, it is documented that the emerald tablets of Thoth, in context to the talismans that were brought there by these dark priests, were later placed beneath an altar in one of the temples of the Olmec Mayan sun god. It was a covert operation, which later led up to the conquest and Inquisition of the Olmec Mayans by the Spaniards by way of the Black Sun death cult. And Central America is where the slaughter hit the fucking hardest, with the Aztecs, with the Mayan, with the Incan tribes, all in the name of the Black Sun, all in the name of Thoth, all in the name of Setu, all in the name of Yahweh, all in the name of Jehovah. See, it's all the same fucking shit here, and it was all the same behind the scenes. And the fact is that the Olmec Mayan were destroyed from the inside out and from the outside in. After all this happened, the temples were abandoned, and much of what was before the dark rituals were instated became lost and buried under the throes of time. Now, I do have access to the Cosmic History Chronicles, and I do practice the Olmec Mayan system of planetary high magic in context to astropsychology. This very fucking advanced shit, though, as a part of what I get into with our initiates as well. And see, I've sat at the top of the moon pyramid in Tenochtitlan. And when I sat at the top of the moon pyramid in 1997, I got flashes and memories come back to me of a lot of things I didn't understand. And for some reason, I was drawn to the moon pyramid specifically. And again, as I sat there, I went into the core of who I am, and I watched everything I just shared with you revealed, again, before I found any reference for it. And though a lot of this has been buried under the throes of time, some of what has been recovered all goes back to the Hunabku, to the real animist traditions of the Olmec Mayan race lines, and is a part of what I encourage our initiates again to study in preparation for unfoldment coming into the true universal tree of life. This is why those Central and South America have been converted to Catholicism and is still the state religion to this day. Now, getting into some more psychology, I want to give more insight to the tactics being used against you. And the main thing I'm going to get into here is paltering. Paltering is a mind control tactic used when someone shares bits of truth in order to tell lies. Here in context, knowingly, or in very rare cases, it can happen unwittingly because of certain levels of ignorance. Here, though, I'm talking about those that do this shit on purpose. They use truthful accounts to promote a larger agenda, to a mass deception that is being manipulated to control the perception of others around them, given over to a certain narrative. Now, with all of this, and with anything I have ever presented on Black Earth Productions, do not ever just take my word for anything. Look into all of these matters for yourself and work to come to your own conclusions with things, whether to add to the equation with things that are revealed. And if you study, you will come to see that these things cannot be refuted. And see, we cannot be in the place of deceiving ourselves or one another. And it takes work to know certain things. It's not just going to be handed to you. And though some of you are listening right now, you are not hearing a goddamn thing I am saying. Just wait until you hear it resounding within your blood and your bones, just like it is with me. That's the fucking difference here. Let alone the complexities that present themselves to actually be paradoxical and mysterious. It is for the purpose of demystifying things, coming to the actual fucking truth. Paltering is the method that lying psychopaths use to help themselves maintain an honest, quote-unquote, trustworthy image with an alleged good reputation, all the while committing deception and telling bold-faced lies upon whatever platform they can, whether at the podium of politics, whether it's behind the pulpits of religion, CNN, Fox News, all we know to what is happening in Hollywood, and all the other ways it can happen in individuals' daily lives. The Thothian Dark Luciferians appear to have invented and perfected this lying technique throughout the ages. And paltering is about misleading people with truthful statements so they perceive something inaccurately, made to believe, to think that it's the truth, and use this technique to cover up any evidence contrary to the narrative being propagated. The Dark Luciferians are master liars and frequently use paltering, which is used to mislead individuals. And one way you can tell if something's true is that there's going to be confirmations in connection to it, just like it is with any other scientific experiment, and allowing people to wrongly interpret certain things without the necessity to call things out. It is another tactic used in order to mislead individuals and to keep them stupid. Take it back to the wizard's first rule. It's these forces who have consistently used paltering techniques in order to deliver us to our own ignorance. See, this is where the fuck they lead you. They lead you into the darkness of ignorance without you even knowing that you're in total fucking darkness. And see, what you need to be introducing yourself to is your ignorance, going into that place of pain, going into that place of indifference, going into the place of your own bias, your anxiety, your anger, These are all the things that we have been conditioned against to be unfeeling drone zombie motherfuckers. And when everything sinks into the idea that quote unquote God has abandoned us, we miss the point of incarnation. And see, it's up to us to make our lives and this world a better place and break the chains of playing the fucking victim and empower yourselves with fervor to the overflow of the Ace of Cups and recognize the true intentions and tactics and systems of magic that these dark forces are using against you, dangling nuggets of truth laced with poison. It has always been for the sole purpose of destroying the Alfarian Codex within humanity's race line, Codex, and knowledge of what is beyond their gridworks of control. And something else I want to touch upon real quick is the idea that Lucifer is the god of all knowledge and is who really rules the earth, which in turn is nothing more than a branch off of the AI god of religion in context to the Jehovian and Yahweh collectives. And it's to note that there is no Christianity outside of the Satanic Church. I'll say it again. There is no Christianity outside of the Satanic Church. The Satanic Kirk. Cersei. They're one and the same on the polarity. And unless convinced to believe in their one true God, Savior programming, gaslighting tactics are encrypted to this by interdimensional parasites. And see, it's all going to hit you on an unconscious, subconscious level. It's these half-truths which lead you into the lies, which you can't recognize, to the fact that you do not know how these motherfuckers actually operate. You might know a little bit. I'm not going to bypass or undermine anybody else's experience or what they know to anything. It's just to understand that this technique is more encrypted to be decrypted than I can even fucking put in words. Okay? It is ultra fucking complicated. In context to our language, the English language in and of itself is an unbelievably twisted language. And getting into study with etymology is a major part of this practice. You have to know the words that you are speaking in order to master speech, in order to master evocation, and with a lot of the things that I actually do in context to my practice when it comes to magic. I do not use the English language, especially when it comes to the sigils I make. Now we're running up onto 4 hours of content with the 4th installment of the Magi Grail Shaman series, the Betrayal of Thoth and the Rise of Asar. And I still have a lot more to share with you. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. I will be back again after the break.
The Thothian Merkaba is curiously driven by Fibonacci rotation speeds and has no relationship with the crystal spiral.
Get back and crawl away from me, thou snake. Be drowned in the lake of the abyss, at the place where thy father hath commanded that thine slaying shall be carried out. Be far removed from the abode of Ra, and where you trembled. Get back, thou trickster, at the knives of his bent light. Thy words have fallen because of Ra. Thy face is turned back by the gods. Thy head is cut off. Thy heart is cut out. Thou are put in chains that you have imposed. Crawl away, Rerik, snake enemy of Ra, thou who escaped massacre in the east of the sky. At the sound of the roaring storm, thou shalt not become erect, Apep. Thou shalt not copulate, Apep. Opposition is made against thee, ye who Ra hates when he looks upon thee. I am the flame which shines on the brows of the chaos gods. I am the flame, son of flame. Get back, thou who shalt be decapitated. Thy face shall be away. Thy head shall be removed. Thy bones shall be broken. Thy tail shall be cut off. For the earth herself hath commanded thee. Let no evil opposition come forth from thy mouth against me. I bind and banish Setu, he who can raise a tumult in the horizon of the sky, on whose will is destruction. I bind and banish Setu, so saith Odin, the terrible one. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science. And to that evocation, let that be the theme of focus as I continue forth with this dissertation. Scattered throughout the world's many sacred books and quote-unquote holy texts, individuals are filtering these things through the lens of their limited perceptions. I don't give a fuck about your opinion or how you feel when it comes to certain things. Without knowing the game here in context, you will not know how to interpret certain things. And if one has truly purified the mind field and body and spirit to soul code to blood code essence to such an extent to develop the capacity to have intuitive spiritual discernment, you might actually come to the place of being capable of recognizing truth versus lies in reflection to paltering. And without connection to the higher force from within your core, that is the main thing here. And in connection to the higher force itself, it will be confirmed if something is true. In all the different ways that truth, who is the true master teacher of our order, will show you many of these elements that can be studied and revealed beyond the paltering tactics being used against you. Through stillness, through observation, and a pure heart in alignment with true intelligence. All of this can be very hard, but it can be achieved. And you have to focus, and you have to be dedicated. See, each individual must come to understand the natural world and the forces to which creation is forged. No longer can we as individuals believe that a vengeful God abandoned us through the exile and classification of humanity as sinners worthy of eternal torment. Yeah, people are fucking stupid. People are fucked up. People deserve a lot of what they actually bring upon themselves. And then you want to cry out to a God or blame something else to save you or to project upon? You see how badly fucked you are in context to that state of mind? No, people are going to bring their own torment upon themselves. Take it back to the law of cause and effect. So you can't blame anyone for the fucked up circumstances in your life. What the fuck are you going to do about it? See, again, it is time that we become mature and stop blaming God or stop blaming the gods or the motherfucking government or the dark forces. Instead, turn the fuck around, look into the mirror, and blame yourself for not waking the fuck up to do anything to change this shit in your own existence. And then become the cause point, blazing the darkness being that torch within the Black Knight so that others may have a chance to see themselves. And no matter how big or small it may seem, it all absolutely matters. And as the dark Luciferian and satanic forces would have you believe to what they have disseminated, it's to know that the greatest levels of truthful knowledge about humanity's origins have been concealed. And this is why. This is why. And they must be accessed from within yourself if we are going to continue to tap into the original content and teaching of the ancient wisdom councils. And see, the false teaching, it's still being promoted right this moment by those using truths to tell their lies. These are the great case studies that one must take on and filter through all of the tactics that have been encrypted over the last 26,000 years. We all need to be aware of this strategy being used against us in context to paltering, especially again with the New Age movement, mind control, and on the highest levels, organized occultism and religions, and all this shit that has been used as destructive consciousness overlay to control the minds and perceptions of the population, and even harder with individuals who are actually working to access levels of truth. Again, it's to recognize, as I've stated again and again, that there is no arrival point with truth. And without the proper foundation, you will never get past certain gates. But with the right foundation, you will discover every reconciliation of this paradox that needs to be the burning thorn within the core that is screaming for its reconciliation. That is that silent scream that you cannot quench. That is that pain beyond all pain that you are terrified to go into, because if you do, it will reveal to you who you really are beyond it. And that is what you have been conditioned to be most afraid of, is who the fuck you really are. Next, in preparation for the universal gates that are opening with this segment, and with those that are doing the real work, I want to now touch upon the Dark Luciferian Knights Templar, who have been instrumental in the enforcement of the Atlantean conspiracy. And for thousands of years, they have effectively carried out their cause to this, which was specifically expressed during the Crusades, and were initially intended to destroy any artifacts or historical evidence of the Atlantean colonies, and for further control of the stargates within the Earth grid itself. And at best, to anything with them, you're only going to get a distorted view of any remaining evidence of ancient builder technology that was in Atlantis. So to misdirect public attention, they have also spread falsified Atlantean maps in order to lead astray any competing factions desiring to dominate the Earth territories by finding and using powerful ancient vortices. The Dark Luciferian Anu Draconian races forged the Dark Luciferian Knights Templar as a part of the military ranks of the Dark Priest class, with another purpose, which was also to force interbreeding and hybridization to key people and their offspring into the lower astral grid works, taking their captives hostage for dark rituals as they have continued to hunt down and steal the genetic codex. And all of this goes back to the agenda that started with the Annunaki. It's nothing that hasn't been happening for thousands and thousands of years. If you go back and listen to the first Magi Grail Shaman installment with the Jedi codes of the Nartmangu, I talk about what happened to the Carpathians that came forth from the Caucasus Mountains in Russia after the Ice Age, back in 13,000 BC. It didn't happen overnight, but it was the same fucking thing that was unleashed. And again, women were the main targets. This was to get the instructions for the original Egyptian seers based in alignment with their codex, with the Alfarian human DNA codex of Maldek. And see, this would be consistently experimented upon in genetic labs, intending to replace the original 12 race lines and tribal bloodline codex. The goal with them has been to obliterate the genetic key code which exists between all of the 12 original race lines and their respective Magi Grail Shaman, who are the true gatekeepers of the stargates of consciousness, not only for themselves, but showing their people how to make access themselves. And the Dark Ones have worked over the aeons to insert imposter genetics through these dark Luciferian lineages that would be able to open up planetary stargates in order to gain control over them. And the hybridization attempt for creating the super race to one race above all others. And see, if anyone's done any sort of actual research and study, you know what that goes back to in context to Jews that call themselves Jews. And everything they've done is based upon Tarian Egyptian seer prototypes made from genetic experiments using Ruby Sun DNA templates that had originated from the ancient wisdom councils and the Magi Grail Shaman. And too many have rejected the opportunity for biospiritual regenesis to cleanse and purge these things out of your bloodlines. Because listen, every single race, tribe, and culture and lineage has been affected by this. As to the cry of the ancestors, this is what we must heed as individuals if we are going to see the world change for real. Taking action to your own personal pathwork. Again, this is not a movement. This is not a group. It is going to be up to every single individual to take action on this themselves for those to whom it's meant, and working to teach the truth of what I just mentioned. Otherwise, you've been tricked to be in alliance with the Thothian dark Luciferian agendas, whether you realize it or not. And in context to the overlay and having to take full responsibility for this as individuals, again, mentorship is being offered with a revolving door in context to initiation into the occult, with our mystery school working with individuals one-on-one, teacher to student, and a pathwork of the true rites of passage into what the biospiritual regenesis reveals. I have my mentors that I hold myself accountable to, and I have many that I'm mentoring as well. We follow the law of Gebo, which is the law of equal energy exchange. And in order to keep the currency flowing, you got to take it back to the protocol of the ancient ancestors and how they actually conducted themselves in context to all of this. And it's to know that this is going to take years for the individual to unfold in context to your personal pathwork. And I'm doing the exact same thing over here on my end, everybody. Since the Dark Luciferian Knights Templar were established, another major timeline trigger event I want to touch upon is what happened with the Druidic invasions 9,500 years ago. Everything was replaced by organizations such as Freemasonry, the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta, the OTO, Order of the Mystic Shrine, Skull and Bones, Order of the Rosicrucians, the Order of the Jesuits, the Temple of Sethu, and many, many other secret societies, lodges, dark lodges, and magic orders, which persist with a similar Thothian sect inverted slant of hermetic esoteric knowledge, among many other things in context, pulling strings on both sides of the spectrum, like I was talking about, when it comes to both the left wing and the right wing brotherhoods. And see, I've been hammering this for the last 2 to 3 fucking years now, and people still can't see how they are caught in context to organized occultism. You still have many veils to pierce here in context to knowing how this actually fucking works on the highest levels in our reality field. Ordo ab Chaos. That is their motto. And it's to mention with the same orders among the sisterhoods going back to the cult of Baal Lilith, all have their roots specifically tied, and all of this leading into what I really want to get into with this segment now, and it's going to be very, very important to the course of this entire dissertation. Everything that I just mentioned in context to the teaching and doctrine of the House of the Net. The House of the Net. And see, this is everything to do with the Temple of Thoth via the House of the Net, which was the name given to the Temple of Thoth in Hermopolis. Taking things deeper now, there has been many mentions of mystical and magical nets throughout and within the ancient mythologies. And I often say myself that we need to be aware of the nets, traps, and snares that have been laced out, okay? This is everything that I'm going to explain to you now in context to the Temple of Thoth, which is the house of the net, Kemenu, the city of eight, and Het Abit. And from a chapter contained in a ritual, here in context to the doctrine of the Thothian sect, it speaks of this net. The dead and deceased regarded it with horror and detestation. Its poles, its ropes, its weights, its small cords, and its hooks all had names of which the practitioner was obliged to learn, and only if he wished to escape from it so that he could make use of it to quote-unquote catch food for himself instead of being caught by those who laid these snares. Interpreting this from a mystical standpoint, it is to do with the doctrine of the pseudo-rebirth, taken from the concept of rising from the dead. That is to say, of the spiritual resurrection of those that have died to the darkness of their ignorance and have become alive in alignment with truth. This in turn is everything to do with the false cold light and spiritual blinding. And I would venture to suggest that this net was the symbol of a certain condition within the inner nature of the conventional life of the world, which has snared mankind to the limitations of ignorance to slavery, ripped us away from the true memory of ourselves. It is the poles, the ropes, the weights, the small cords, and the hooks that were symbols of the autonomy and physiology of the physical body, and were the dark secrets learned by the adepts of the Thothian temple, which are designed to envelop the soul. For through this, the normal man and woman and child have been enmeshed into the engine of manipulated fate, even given over to what I mentioned about the manipulation of the weave of weird to that which has been woven. The individual that has received the mind of the inverted net to that which has been woven in context to the individual that has received the mind of the inversion and are thus caught in the net. Even in their scripture, it says, quote, "Come ye cast your nets, and I will make you fishers of men." Mankind is the food to which the dark ones nourish their great works of consciousness. Thus, when people pray, P-R-A-Y via P-R-E-Y, in chapter to the ritual, it says, "Hail, thou God, God who lookest behind me, God who has gained the mystery over thine heart." The archetype here in context has two faces, which appears repeatedly in the Sumerian, Draconian, and Babylonian art in context to Janus. So to continue, I go fishing with the cordage. Hail, ye fishers, for you gave birth to your own fathers, who lay snares and traps with your nets, who go around in the chambers of the waters. It's to note here that Marduk and the Anzu bird, Anzu, or Pazazu, or Zu, hold the net. Take ye not me in the net, who are with ye, and snare the helpless fiends, and rope me not, wherewith ye roped the abominable fiends of the earth, and weighed pots that rested upon the earth. The little man says to the great man, "Lift up thyself, O Sethu, who dwellest in the divine shrine. Draw thou unto thyself the winds, and hail the north wind on the day wherein thou breathest Ma'at, and swallow thou the quessential of thy net." And to this it is to say that the four winds are the four great cosmic currents of the divine breath. And as to the north wind, being the outbreath of the great sphere, it is, as I've stated time and time again, that all of humanity hails from the great north, not just my people, although I am directly connected to the white dragon lineage, shamanic bloodlines. And now see he, Marduk, set before him with burning fire that filled his body. Marduk made a net to enclose the inward parts of Maldek in context to Tiamat. Let's see, Tiamat, in reflection to the ancient Sumerian draconian mythos, is not what the fuck I'm talking about here in context to Maldek. See, I'm willing to bet that there has been unbelievable mistranslations because people are not doing this the right way. But going back to Marduk, given to the fact that he made a net to enclose the inward parts, this goes back to the four winds that he gave to Setu, so that nothing of her could escape this. And the north wind and the east wind and the west wind he brought near to the net, to which his father Anu had given to him. And the symbol of this transformation all goes back to the rod of Hermes, which is what? The motherfucking caduceus. Okay? And see, that is the power of Thoth that binds everything into the nets, traps, and snares. It doesn't bring things together. It is the cause point for the divide and conquer, especially between men and women. And it is he who holds both the keys to heaven and hell here in context, the Alpha and the Omega. That is all of the Dark One's encryption. And people got to know the fucking difference. There are a lot of fucking things out there that people are still working with that need to be exposed for what the fuck they are. There's also the veil of Isis, which has never been raised. For the veil here in context is the spiritual nature of man himself. And to raise it, we have to transcend our limits. We have to break the bonds of death and become consciously immortal. Consciously immortal. And see, I know that's a far stretch for some of you to wrap your brain around, but this is everything that we have been cut off from. So the name of Thoth's temple literally means how it sounds. It's all of the goddamn nets, traps, and snares. Also to do with the net of Mamet, which is a forbidden gateway. And see, the net here in context to Mamet is a net which has been laid to snare a demon. And I'm going to go even deeper as I continue to progress. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. I will be back again after the break.
Can
soul. Frozen, my love.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Sethikus, Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science for the latest installment here on our platform. Thoth's Temple, the House of the Net of Mamet. All of the goddamn nets, traps, and snares laid to snare a demon. A forbidden gateway. The It. Mamet. This shit was so fucking evil that it was essentially given no name. Hence the fact that you cannot know the name of God. The net of Mamet was laid by the same entity it was designed to catch and retain, and is the black hole vortex of the lower astral grid works. So in context to the net, there is a pattern to all of this in reference to the Thothian sect, the House of the Net. Marduk was given a net by Anu. Zeus, the noose of Hercules, the robe of Athena, which is the rod of Hermes. And it's also said that Athena is said to be Zeus in female form. And in context to the veils within the lower and upper astral grid works, this is the robe of Isis. This is the net of Vulcan. This is the net of Mamet, and is a repeated pattern throughout the ages. And it's to note that the word holy can literally mean to divide and make separate. That is why I do not say Holy Grail. I say it is the Grail of consciousness, because it is our eternal birthright and is something we can no longer be separated from in context to the knowledge of the planetary Templar unto the original template. And to the dark arts, one of the places that they arose was Aradun, as did the Annunaki pantheon. And from here, we are going to gain a deeper understanding of its development. So to this, the Apsu means the flowing cosmic waters. And to this being inverted by the Anu Draconian, Apsu inverted is the god of sarcasm, and is sarcasm defined. Mumus is the thrice great. The Coronzon the Metatron, fool's gold here in context to the Philosopher's Stone. And Zu is among them, the Joker or the It, and It is linked to the Sabiti 7, which are the weapons of Anu. Now listen, in context to Loki, when it comes to the ancient mythos of my ancestors, Loki was thought the causer of knots, tangles, loops. He himself was a knot. Again, he is the blood brother, shadow side of Odin. Shadow side. Again, everything in context to any mythos out there is an art and science and a symbolism for the mechanics of consciousness and how things actually work. And in terms today, when it comes to the real practice of psychology, the shadow, here in context, is a tangle. It's a loop. It's a fucking mind virus if it's not integrated. And it is said that Loki was the inventor of the fishnet, here in context. Who was what? The trickster. And again, one of his main tricks is to get you to sympathize with him. Our ancestors knew about all of this long before the Thothians ever rose to fucking power. But this is the result of what happens when people are not in alignment. This is the result of what happens to people that do not hold themselves accountable to the integrity of this pathwork. All of the nets, traps, and snares, which, as we know, is made up of consistent feedback loops and knots. And also the name Loki itself is a term for the makers of webs, here in context to the inversion and shadow side of the Norns. Again, take it back to Hyreken, take it back to Golveg, Hydir, and Agraboda, which in context to the spiders of Setu is what has been woven to the intentions set forth by the Dark Priest class. Again, it is the Norns who weave the fates of gods and men. So unto Hyreken, here in context to Golveg, she is the absolute oldest archetype of the Wicked Witch. Take it back to the cult of Baal Lilith. Golveg, as an archetype, Hyreken, as an archetype, are far older than any of this. And Hyreken is the lover of Loki, and the oldest and most prominent sources in context to any ancient knowledge out there. And this identity, as a tangle, needs to be considered as the etymological meaning of Loki's name. To the knowledge of the ancient wisdom councils before the Thothian sect rose to power here on earth. And see, regardless of this, it is about principle. And it was the Thothian sect, the House of the Net, has promoted the pantheon of the Ogdad, the Eightfold, and our Anu Draconian gods worshipped by the Thothian sect, which you can say in a sense are inverted primordial forces. And there were many shrines in ancient times giving credence to all of this. In Abydos, Hesert, Urit, Purab, Rakhui, Sep, Hat, Talmus, Entcha, Metet, and Ba, along with the Temple of Thoth in Hermopolis. The House of the Net, another term for Thoth, is Aya, Ia, and in the ancient Kemetan Egyptian language, it is the J and H transliterated as Ya, or Ja, or Jau, or Jau, and Ah. And see, all of this goes back to Yahweh and Jehovah. Thoth was also a lunar archetype in the Kemetan Egyptian mythos. And again, all of you initiates that are hearing me, all of this goes back again to what the fuck the moon actually is. And Thoth, here in context, simply means moon. Now to shed some light on things deeper here in context, what the fuck is Yahweh? What is Jehovah? What is Allah? They are the thrice great, inverted. And to this, everyone, is how the Hermetica became inverted through religion. To maintain a false equilibrium, it was his skills and celestial mathematics which has manipulated the law of Ma'at. Thoth is not the judge of the dead, but is what determines the innermost intention of the soul. and the ways of the will force, the doctrine of words, and the expression of the will force, which in addition to the twisting of moral significance, Thoth is the leader of the Ogdode. You can even look it up. You can look up the Ogdode and see Thoth with the Ogdode. Hence the fact that he is the head archon in context to diabolic Gnosticism. He is Ya'el-Daboth, Saklis, Thut, and Thaut, the Abraxas. Thoth, along with Setu, took over the role and office of Ra. Metatron takes on the role of God. But see, Metatron is also Zu. He is the Anzu bird who stole the tablets of destiny. What do you think those tablets were, huh? CDT plates ring a bell here, motherfuckers? And see, all of this is the false cold light that has blinded you because you yourself have not dug deep enough to see past all the nets, traps, and snares that you're still caught in. And to a quote here that I want to insert for all of you to take time with. It is this, quote, "Morals above, milk for babies, meat for men, magic below. The false light conceals the darkness, an entity without a name." And further now for this segment, 2 names for Metatron, 1 for Enoch. The number 73 reduced is 10, which is 0 divided in on itself. As a symbol, it's 0 with a through it. 0 divided in on itself, okay? It's the 72 demons of the Goetia plus the hidden one makes 73. 0 divided. And Thoth gambled with the moon for 1/72 of its light. Thoth's sigil is 0 divided. Again, 0 with a line through the middle of it equals 10. It's nothing to do with the single digit code 0 through 9. And it's also the sigil of Zu, Anzu, and Enki, and Pazazu. 10 or 73 over 37 equals 0 with a line through the middle. Realize the weighing of the heart is in words, to which the innermost intention of the soul is revealed. For out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth will speak. And having good intentions without acting upon them is what the fuck is wrong with the world. With the demons that feed on fear, who fear the fearless. So when you speak, speak not forth fear, unless to invoke the Ogdode, bringing witchcraft upon yourselves. See, you're doing it to yourselves. And with all of this, you must realize that Thoth is a latecomer in context to the storm bird. And it was Thoth's storm that opened up the forbidden gate, divided within himself, who was given the same opportunity and set things right for the Anu Draconians, the cosmic birthright. But as I've been saying in this segment, the Dark Priest class was directly involved in encrypting all biblical and Gnostic narratives. You can take it back to the Council of Nicaea, but it was happening even before that. Forming the cover stories that would be given to the masses of falsities used to hide any viable proper knowledge and wisdom, which also included awareness, again, of the ley lines, Stargate locations, how to actually tap into free energy and the power centers within the earth, within yourself. And so to continue their domination to gain control over the planetary Templar Grail Stargates themselves. With the insertion of the dark diodic crystal pillar, take it to the dark crystal. The name Thra for their world is Earth. Look at the acronym. See, you can't even see that. They are letting you know some of the true history. What the fuck do you think Brian Froud is tapping into? He is tapping into the ancestors. And I know that guy's connected. And you have to know that they don't own it and that they cannot destroy it. And so for them, it's been imperative that the true nature be distorted into all of these reversals. and that the patriarchal or matriarchal domination would be what rules the earth. And see, it's not about being a patriarch or a matriarch. It's the fact that you're a fucking asshole and think that you have the right to rule over others and you don't even own yourself. The only thing that you need to rule is yourself. Otherwise, things are going to forever be polarized. In context to neo-feminism on the polarity to the malignant levels of the inverted masculine, which has led to the sexual inversions and reversals of both men and women, and is the state of mind that is driving forth all of this shit in context to the transhuman and transgender bullshit to be strictly enforced in order to feed the inverted Baphomet, the sexual energy of mankind, to create their structures of domination and control in context to the New Dawn agenda. An attempt to remove any competition in accessing the main power vortices of collective consciousness in the earth, in which the vortex that is there at the Temple Mount in Jerusalem and Sarasota, Florida. These are a few of the primary access points of consciousness within the earth itself to this. Thus, to gain control over the main access Grail points. And it's also to note that the Dark Luciferian Knights Templar were instrumental again during the Crusades and were later sent out to conquer the Native American tribes and the tribes of the Mesoamericas, which launched a full-scale domination and control agenda for land grabs to all of this, intending to infiltrate the Stargate systems in the Americas. And can clearly be fucking seen here in the States. And I'm talking about the effect of all of this. Generated in the 2D, two-strand consciousness reversal grid work to continually feed the inverted Baphomet fields, which exist as a part of the lower astral layers and distortions within the two-dimensional and fourth-dimensional split. This was instrumental in order to maintain the perpetuation of shadow consciousness, to feed the demon seed, and are used to fully corrupt the human light body, pulling individuals into dark flowering, which in truth is everything to do with the geometric structure of what people have been led to believe is the flower of life, which is not the true flower of life in context to everything that I'm getting at here, to the geometric structure of the monad. It has nothing to do with that. And once the demon seed, dead, false, cold light reversals have activated the shadow to take form over the light body as a counterfeit here in context, it thus collapses the inner vertical channel and thrusts our reality field into the horizontal axis at a 23.4 degree in the 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, held in place within the triangulation of the 396 in the fourth dimension. It encrypted itself within the cell structure of the physical vessel with the nucleus of the cell itself, streamlining from the encryption that has happened with the mental and emotional bodies on an unconscious, subconscious level with the etheric body, and inverts the heart complex into a black heart sheen of false blinding light. Until you truly start to pierce the veils for real, this is how the individual soul is trapped by these motherfuckers, keeping the inverted Baphomet fields alive and active, spreading proliferation of the dark Luciferian encryptions to ensure that the earth population would not be able to achieve the sacred marriage from within, that at best would only be allowed to be known about. It's never fully integrated. I'm not saying it can't be, because it is in my own life, and it is with our students and initiates that are doing the real fucking work. And see, once you experience activation for real, you're going to hear what the fuck I'm saying here. But many have been led to think that they are expressing the real in context of freedom, and they're still caught. House of the net. This is what it comes down to what much of what I have seen myself to all of this has revealed, and is where many are still hooked in on within the etheric machinery, which is running the Dark Mother reversals, who in turn has been exposed by Michael Tsarion in his dissertations about the female psychology that is the cause point to the inverted consciousness of the void itself. And it's flawless in its trajectory. All of you have been tricked. It is the trickster spirit set at war within yourself, against yourself, on an unconscious, subconscious level. And with anyone that does not confront this from within yourselves, let alone with others in general, all these fuckers have to do is sit the fuck back and rake out the energy into their group works of consciousness and continue to harvest as they have. Because you won't work to come into the knowledge that they themselves cannot even tap into. And see, this is key, because they won't do the real work and have conditioned you against doing the real work. And most of you don't do the real fucking work. And see, that is why mentorship is necessary. And again, is why I've created the mystery school that I have in honor and regard to the ancestors, to whom I am working with directly, so that all of you can get a hold of the proper knowledge and wisdom and how all of it applies to you as the individual. The way that it works for you is not the same way that it works for me. This is not a group. This is not a fucking movement. All of this comes down to a personal pathwork and carving out the alignment of your destiny. Fist of the North fucking Star, so that you can break the chains for real and work to come into alignment with not only the moral obligation to expose evil, but to come into alignment with your potential destiny towards the ultimate good. You think you're going to get it out there anywhere else in this fucking fashion? You're not. I've traveled the world. I've seen the world. I've known thousands upon thousands of fucking people. And to the depth of everything that is there for you to tap into, you need a certain fucking skill set in context to your personal mechanics, so that you know thyself, so that you know how to navigate the worlds and the universes, so that you know how to master the material existence and make the playing field fucking even. And see, if that was the case, then things would not still be the way that they fucking are. Even though things are changing slowly towards this, we must continue to drive these things as it has been. Realize that most of the spiritual texts that are available to the masses have been heavily manipulated as fictionalized vehicles used to promote propaganda-based mind control for the purpose of consciousness subjugation and spiritual oppression, all written in the guise of truth. And there has been a mass promotion that the traditional, quote-unquote, holy doctrines represent the absolute word of God, and that nothing in them can be questioned whatsoever. People still believe this bullshit, to the cruel deception designed and forged to fully confuse individuals about the nature of reality and how things actually fucking work, let alone coming to know the nature of their direct relationship mechanics with the higher force itself. And to that, listen, it's as I've stated before, the higher force is not a god. It just is, and is the isness of the all. It always has been, and it always will be, and exists far beyond the laws and limits of time and space itself, and is pure, raw, infallible consciousness. A very purging power. It is truth itself, which is the master teacher of our mystery school and our magic order. It cannot be contained simply in the confines of words that are spoken in the common tongue, let alone contained to any written document or record, even with the proper knowledge and wisdom to the ancient wisdom councils themselves, as well as the teaching with the true Magi, Grail, Shaman lineage codex. And you will not come into the real teaching unless you are making connection with the higher force. It doesn't need our worship. It doesn't need our sacrifice. It doesn't need anything. We need to sacrifice unto ourselves. We need to believe in ourselves and take the gauntlet of the original purpose of incarnation with the proper knowledge and wisdom sanctioned with every race and tribe on earth as it was before. And see, in that alignment, it is going to be the right teaching that will show you how this is achieved and how to remember your individual trajectory with it, and is what it means to truly ascend here on earth. In order to remember, you give it unto yourself. You can't get this from anyone or anything out there. The gate to the inner temple is within you. And when you are put through the process of purified, organic, eternal spirit to soul code, blood code, codex activation, this shit is so multi-layered and multifaceted. Unless you see things all the way through and keep going, you will remain hooked into all of the nets, traps, and snares of the dark ones. And is another aspect of why we need to comprehend the aggressive cover-up of any evidence of the dark Atlantean conspiracy and come to know our true human history before the Sumerian draconian invasion of the Middle East, which came the wars that broke out in ancient Kemet. Most of what I have to share with you in this segment was obliterated from the history books, with only a few fragments that have been recently unearthed on deeper levels to confirm what I'm saying here. And we are still dealing with many false narratives within the labyrinth of the nine veils about a great many things. Now, all of you Christians out there, if you want to get into the whole Jesus thing, the name Jesus was derived from the Greek word Iesous, which literally means Hail Zeus, and was Jupiter to the Romans, which all goes back to the cult of Mithras. And it is to state here again, as I will boldly say that the sacrifice of Odin on Yggdrasil was inverted and twisted with the sacrifice of Jesus in context to Christianity. And there would be no Christian religion without the hijack that took place in context to the Codex of Albion. And the name Jesus, also taken from the archetype Isis or Hesus. Isis was one of a trio of Celtic archetypes who was exonerated in Gaul and is equated to Mars and Mercury. And Tetatis, Taranis, meaning thunderer, to all of this with the ancient Tuatha, the Druids, and the ancient Nordic tradition, along with many other things, goes back to the original codex. Avalon, to everything in context, to the legend of Arthurus Artorius. And so with that, we're going to take another break. Really quick, I want to encourage all of you to go over to the website at blackearthproductions with az.com. Check out our services page. That is the gateway into our mystery school with the first phases of initiation that have been presented on our platform. If anybody wants to get a hold of me, send me an email at blackearthproductions@hotmail.com. Take a moment, go within your own codes. Feel into the ancestors. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. I will be back after the break.
See
back now from the break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. And I'm going to continue to take it even further with this dissertation. Betrayal of Thoth and Rise of Asar. It was the religion of Christianity put in place as one of the primary mind control methods to serve as the ultimate objective and purpose of encryption, playing on all of these codes on the reversals, which is when the Dark Ones took full jurisdiction. And from then leading up to the ascension cycle that we are now in context to the age of Aquarius and Capricorn that we are coming into, it's to know that the inverted energy of Saturn needs to come back into alignment, and that the people of Earth have been manipulated for centuries into warring and killing each other in the name of the quote-unquote one true God, in order to carry out human blood sacrifice and to help maintain division between the 12 original race lines. These are facts that cannot be refuted, and I've had enough knowing what I know. And as violent religions which continue to come out with their love and light bullshit, just like the New Age movement and all of their poison branches, they do this to hijack and constantly use humans with their false narrative bullshit as pawns for their dark agendas. If you dig in on this shit with any of them, it's all gonna come flying the fuck out. And you know what? Lately, it's all been flying the fuck out. Why? Because we're about to cross the fucking threshold, and every single person is being tested. You're not gonna be able to get away with bullshit going where we're going. Even as I've confronted all of these things in my own life, when I was challenged by the Dark Priest class myself, when I was in the ministry. This is a battle that is age-old. It's not an unconscious mental projection either. It's a fucking fact. And all of us in general, even if you haven't experienced what it's like to be on the front lines of the spiritual fucking war, what matters more than anything is that you are in alignment and focused in context to being empowered, knowing the fucking difference to all of this. And as it has been for lifetimes to the ancestors. In context to Odin, I'm going to take it into some things I've never said about him, to the Keylontic sciences, and what has been revealed to me in my studies, in conjunction to what I have just stated. It was the purpose of Odin's sacrifice unto himself, to his higher consciousness embodiment, as a universal blue flame Magi Grail Shaman, to help regain jurisdiction translations from the 12 original pillar discs of the ancient wisdom councils. His embodiment was purposed to retrieve much of the ancient wisdom council records, for it was wisdom that he desired more than anything else. And by eventually transferring this knowledge in context to Fire Letter Codex to the runes, this was in order to return knowledge back to all of humanity. This knowledge includes humanity's true origins from Maldek, which thus extended beyond Midgard, from other worlds and universes in context to Yggdrasil, and reveal the truth about the cataclysm of Pangaea, and was among the ancient wisdom councils himself. Odin included his genetic equal wife, the 12 people that act in the role of grid workers and gatekeepers, to run the Bifrost frequencies back into the golden white light of Earth itself, not the fractal of the golden white light in context to the rainbow. The true Bifrost frequencies all go back into the golden white light of Earth itself, and the ley lines of all planetary realities within the solar spiral of creation and the galactic spiral of creation. Via Asgard, they were determined with the mission to help realign the planetary gridwork, network, and Stargate systems from outside the control of the invasions that took place in context to what the mythos speaks upon, to the old one's resurgence into the nine worlds, which is everything to do with Golveg, the thrice great Hyrroken, to the inverted womb. And within Midgard, our physical universe and Earth, being right at the center of the true universal tree of life. The mission was to restore alignment back to the Alpharian human races, who are the true representatives of the planetary Templar here on Earth. The true knowledge of the law of correspondence is highly guarded in context to what I'm sharing with you, and further includes explicit details of the blueprints to build architecture within oneself to the planetary Templar. The genetic key codex to reopen Stargate 11, along with every other Stargate, in order to override the dark diodic crystal pillar, and how to gain access within the 0 point power of the fulcrum, learning how to master drawing the circle of the magician within all of the Stargate systems on the 3 spirals of creation, and take back our full jurisdiction from the Dark Priest class here on Earth. This detailed data was held in specific technology that they had to access to carry within the physical DNA codex of the person. And it's to note again that you are the true technology. And in retaliation to the ancient Etruscans, the Draconian Orion group chose to invade specific territories near the 5th Stargate and infiltrate the central region of Italy in order to create the foundation for what became the Roman Empire, and later the Vatican. The Roman Emperor Constantine was the one to organize the first conference, to review all of the stolen manuscripts at the First Council of Nicaea. This is the first recorded worldwide Dark Council in context to the Christian Church in 325 AD. And see, history would tell us that the purpose of the Council of Nicaea was to create statements and canons of doctrinal belief with the intent to define what would become fundamental Christian beliefs, establishing the Nicene Creed. And over many hundreds of years, the sacred manuscripts translated from Odin's codex were thrown into the mix of all of this. And further translations were twisted and studied to be falsified and omitted from revealing important spiritual concepts by decisions made by powers working behind the council in context to the Brotherhood of the Snake, the real rulership that was in control of Rome behind the scenes. This specific Dark Council set into motion the ongoing basis for their dogma that would be used for human torture, blood sacrifice, all in the name of the one true God. The falsified accounts, the books, the canonized Bible, it's all of the other books that they didn't put in as well. But there's more shit even beyond that to what I'm getting at here. And it has been the Bible, which has been used and is still used for political motivation and organized religion to continue to enforce the idea that one can rule over the other. We must rule standing side by side ourselves. The only thing that you have jurisdiction to rule to anything is yourself. Accountability is one thing, but ruling over another person, fuck you. And see, organized religion continues to enforce all of this set forth by the Dark Gods worldwide. And as the result of the ongoing genocide agendas, the remaining groups that were still connected to the real went underground, and what was left of the real knowledge has been protected since then, and continued to be passed on from teacher to student, from teacher to student, one on one. It's not about concealing or keeping anything fucking secret. You have to understand that the true occult knowledge is protected, and you're going to go through the fucking gauntlet in order to come into that place of knowing. You're going to be tested. It's not just going to be handed to you and dished out like some kind of spiritual fucking welfare program bullshit. It is also to note the Jehovian Collective are the engineers of the crucifixion implants and can literally be seen within the DNA codex of most humans. They also helped to design the Bible with paltering techniques that would fit in with the narrative of their violent religion based on blood sacrifice of the Christ. And see, most of you assholes don't even know what the Christ actually is. And it's to note that I've never once in my entire trajectory with all of the things that I've ever gotten into have denied Christ. Christ has nothing to do with this fucking religion. And it was to mistranslate in context the mission of Odin. This is where the wisdom and mystery of the Christ truly resides, and has everything to do with the primordial nectar spoken about in the ancient mythos. And each and every twisted translation being influenced and adopted is filtered to fit with individual bias and narrative false belief systems set up by the dark priest class themselves. And they in turn, with our people, with their priests, who ended up siding with the Dark Ones, made Odin into the god of gods in context to the Allfather in the Middle Ages. Inverted, when Odin was never the god of gods in context to the ancestors. And see, this was all a ruse designed to suck our people into the false version of everything on all ends of the spectrum, playing on the ancient codex with the story of Jesus being sacrificed on the cross, which in turn is the inverted tree of death and stagnation in context to their dark systems of magic with the Ari tree construct, and get everyone to worship a blood sacrifice to guilt and shame the masses into further submission, victim mentality, and slavery, and drive their one-sided interests reflected within the demographics of language. King James commissioned a team of scholars to work on the English translation of the Christian Bible for the Church of England in 1604. This is what enabled the common people to have access to read a Bible themselves, and was to externalize the agenda even harder. Previously, the only way to access the contents of the Bible was through a church official who would interpret the meaning to their illiterate congregations. And further, this translation continued the Church of Rome's influence, enforcing the Savior programming belief system of the blood sacrifice and crucifixion of Jesus as required for cleansing the sins of humanity, and fulfilling the purpose as being the very reason behind the existence of Christianity. But by the first half of the 18th century, these vampires of consciousness and their authorized version of the King James Bible had become effectively unchallenged, and at the beginning of the 19th century, this version of the Bible became the most widely printed book in history to date. Today, there are hundreds of versions of the Bible in the English language, and translations into over 2,000 languages, in which every individual and denomination has their personal beliefs, thinking that they all have the correct translation, meaning words they consider to be directly from God, in order to make the comprehension of the actual content undetectable by most that do not take deep study into all of this for themselves. The Bible is filled with an assortment of paltering tactics. This information still contains all of the distortions, and you're not going to get the truth ever. How could you, with a source that was directly formulating an anti-human influence agenda? You're not going to get it here with that. Not in a million fucking years will you ever get it. And classic Bible references in context to the Old Testament and the Talmud describe actual technological events used to terrorize humanity, sanctioned by their God, as the result of the wrath made against mankind. But the fact is here, if you are an evil piece of fucking shit, it's on you. And there is no saving you except you saving yourself. That is the truth. But most can't get past the consciousness overlays of fear, guilt, and shame, and intentionally subjugate humanity to believe that they're at the mercy of a vengeful God who sees all of you as unworthy sinners, destined for eternal wrath and punishment. And see, this is how these motherfuckers are. Who do you think this all goes back to? Many people still cannot see that all of these Bible stories have been the cause point for the deeply embedded blocks and seals within authentic, unconscious, subconscious memory that, if activated within the human spirit to soul code, blood code codex, remembers and connects to those in previous timelines. So to confirm the reality of all of this, for yourself and to the subconscious knowledge that our Earth has suffered from the ancient cataclysms and subsequent invasions of the original template codex and the original advanced Alfarian human culture. It is to note that our ancestors existed before the races of the Adams and the Eves. Now, to reclaim this, it is our position, with me and my kin, and all of you that have been initiated into the first phase with our mystery school, to lay the foundation and start regaining access to everything. More is going to continue to be revealed when I'm released to do the more advanced initiations with the individuals that are ready. And this is where I'm going to be going into the true universal tree of life. And it's to note that all of the AI hologram bullshit used to project a false codex into false timelines within the DNA by the crystalline Syrian bees. The emerald tablets of Thoth hold interlaced codices for destroying all of the information recorded in the Emerald Sun DNA Codex, specific to seed atom schematics, and in all of the 4 planetary rounds, which led up to the 5th cycle for the last 26,000 years. I'm going to stretch it even further out now to 50,000 years, leading up to that. You need to know the difference again to what I'm getting at in this segment, so that we, as individuals, as humans, reclaim and retrieve the Magi Grail Shaman. And to all of this that I'm presenting, it's going to be here for you to decide for yourself. Right now, though, the reclamation of any important Magi Grail Shaman that had their consciousness trapped, they have been working to attack. They have been working to hold you the fuck back and keep you from potentially coming to a level of truly activating the spiritual soul code, blood code power and context to this. And you got to make these motherfuckers respect you. Fuck them. They know ultimately that they can't fuck with us. It all goes back to Tribe 11 in terms of consciousness and the Magi Grail Shaman leadership of Albion. It is to state that the recent Palladorian activations within the halls of the cosmic records are being repaired from the stolen 11 pillar disk. The recovery of the universal organic consciousness body of Arthurus Artorius has been achieved, thus confirming what I presented public on Black Earth Productions before this report came through, and relates directly to the next stage of awakening within the Albion Codex of Avalon, and is now confirmed by other sources and individuals that are privy to the Chelontic sciences with what they have been observing. It is here now again. Now, to take things back to Thoth, Thoth himself became the recipient of a luminous dark disk which emerges from the head of Setu. The essence of Horus eclipsed, which Thoth thus bears, is Thoth's role as mediator between Horus and Set. Thoth is one who separates, and to choose the correct claim and discard the other, which in context to the Thothian sect is the alliance forged with Setu, and on behalf of Osiris and Horus. Thoth shows himself to have transcended an exclusive identification with this circle in the ancient Kemetan Egyptian mythos. And in this dark spellcast, Thoth responds to Atum, quote, "Their years have been shortened. Their months have been brought near, since they have set themselves against me in all thou hast done." And see, the operator of the spellcast here in context proceeds to affirm, quote, "I am thy palate, O Thoth. I have brought thee thy water bowl. I am not among those who betray your secrets." And in this fashion, the operator of the ritual, with the help of entities worshipped by the Thothian sect, to the Ogdod, put themselves in place to disregard the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms, putting themselves above cosmic law, and are conceived to betray the pre-cosmic state of eternal awareness. Utterance 219 within the Delta mythological manual goes further to say that Setu and Thoth are alike. It's also to note that Thoth is a motherless being here in context to everything, and was said to come forth from Ra's heart in a moment of grief over the rape of the goddess Horut by Sethu. And Thoth was aborted by Horut as she expelled the unformed baboon monkey-like fetus into the waters, where it was found with no legs and no arms, and needed to be knit together into a functioning organism with a net by the black ibis. It also tells of Set and Thoth stealing sacred books, after which there was a confrontation where Set ended up cutting off the arm of Thoth. Afterwards, though, Thoth allegedly, with magic, reattached his arm and painted over the tearing with his brush. In 22,340, Thoth betrayed the ancient wisdom councils in favor of the Anu Draconian domination agendas and colonization of humans in the Middle East after the cataclysms took place with the Sumerian Draconian Empire, which led up to the wars between ancient Sumeria and ancient Kemet, the direct manifestation of the betrayal among the brotherhoods, and is when the Dark Priesthood was firmly established to take the reins of spiritual government. Thoth was an Annunaki and was in full alliance with the fallen Anu and the Thothian sect, whom he thus led into the Wiesa system black hole gridworks of consciousness through wormholes ripped open not only here on Earth, but on the galactic spiral creation in context to Orion. Here on Earth, it was in Sakura, as I stated in the Jedi Codes of the Nortmangu, linking the two inverted wormholes into the Wiesa system, and is the universe to which the dark gods sprang forth. They did not come from other star systems. They did not come from anywhere within this universe. They are interdimensional. The Wiesa system is an ultra fucking dark universe, and is where these groups used technology to open wormholes that were blended together to create power required to pull the Earth body into the black hole system, leading into the Phantom Matrix gridworks on an interdimensional level, and thus gain and attempt a total control over the Earth and humanity. And the parallel systems of which these entities come from is a universal time matrix parallel, of which many of the Anunnaki and Draconians and their hybrids originate the Wiesa. And while the Draconians, coming from an anti-particle universe, etheric machinery, literally known as the Beast Machine, is held in place on the planetary body through massive levels of reversal AI programmed consciousness gridworks. This infects the subtle forces here on Earth with elemental fields and consciousness of the elements themselves. This is also to do with dark matter, and the substance here coagulated with dark alchemical rituals is referred to as the behemoth. Holds the tilt of the Earth at its unnatural and artificially sustained 23.4-degree axis, and is to note that Metatronic races use the gravitron vortex networks to link wormholes into our sun, into the Earth, twisting the planetary blueprint into unnatural configurations to what they call the demon seed. And it's these Metatronic reversals, a spiral sequence in context to the Fibonacci biveka bi-wave frequency sequence template. Again, it's observable in nature, but this is what the fuck it actually is. And is the cause point of unnatural death here on Earth, along with specific artificial gravitational fields, the electromagnetic harness field that is part of a larger electromagnetic harnessing structure called the net, which all goes back to the house of the net, which was anchored into the Earth, taking over specific gridworks by implementing scalar sonic pulses at the Earth's inner grid system as an interference pattern, an electrostatic force field to shroud the Earth within the net, which has the effect, for the most part, of being able to prevent any incoming and outgoing signals to the higher gridworks of consciousness beyond the inverted womb of the abyss and the lower astral gridworks of the Ouroboros. Now it is possible to make connection to the grid works of consciousness that are beyond all of this shit, but this is what the fuck is there past all of the surface bullshit that we're dealing with here in this reality field. And it is the cause point in context to the ultimate evil, all connected to what is locking humanity down. It was designed to overshadow and isolate those here on Earth from their natural connection to its inner core consciousness and intelligence. I'm not given over to a victim mentality. It is no measure of hell to be well adjusted to an insane society. And that's Krishnamurti. And everything I'm explaining here is a part of the cause point for everything. It is a field system that interfaces with man's existence with etheric AI holographic inserts. That's why all of you dumb motherfuckers that don't know the real fucking game think that you're living in a fucking goddamn hologram. The physical reality is not a hologram. Your state of mind, your etheric condition has you keyed into all of this fucking shit. That is why you believe what the New Age teaches. And those that teach this have been hooked the fuck in by all the nets, traps, and snares that I've spoken about. Thus, surveillance of the dark ones, due to the inverted and reversed scrambling effects. And on a side note really quick, it causes false readings. It causes false intuition with those that are gifted in the area of foresight, that have psychic ability and prophetic ability. The things that I'm saying here need to be highly considered, and is why everything must continue to be tested and raised to a certain standard, knowing the fucking difference, to make sure that you as an individual aren't pulling from their grid works of consciousness in context to the Weezadak system. And it's all this astral addiction. It's a goddamn fucking mess. And many of you that think you know, you still don't fucking know, because you still have not gone deep enough into the occult. You still have not gone deep enough into doing research and study and coming into a passion for truth and wisdom and letting it guide you beyond the current narratives that have been encrypted, especially when it comes to the mysteries, when it comes to magic, especially when it comes to how things actually work. And you are still caught in the fucking labyrinth, not knowing how to navigate sound, consciousness, energy, frequency, vibration, not knowing how multi-layered it actually is, because it is infinite in its trajectory on the horizontal axis, designed to keep you in the black wheel, thinking that you know the difference to anything you are remotely even able to observe. And so you must work to see beyond the veils on the vertical axis and alignment to how that actually happens for the individual. You have to understand and know that preparations have been made by the Anu Draconians to lower the net of the Weeza system universe grid works of consciousness from the astral into fully manifesting itself into our reality field. You think the mind control is bad now? This is going to be 1,000,000 fucking times worse, which is why our kin get hit with all of this shit that we do. When it comes to my personal path work, it ain't none of your fucking business what the fuck I do. At the same time, none of us can do this alone, and accountability is a major part of how we operate here with our mystery school, and what we are working to prevent from happening while reinstating humanity's cosmic birthright into the reality field and showing individuals how they can make claim to that. I'm not the one that can offer it. You have to take it, knowing the difference within intelligence. All of these black hole technologies were created during the time of the Atlantean cataclysm to keep Earth and her life forms triangulated within the 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. The grid works of the house of the net are keeping our DNA blocked. This makes up the structure of the net and context to the collective unconscious grid works within the fourth veil, which produces gravitational and astral corruption within the mental and emotional bodies, and is referred to by them as Leviathan. The behemoth and Leviathan make up the inverted male and female counterparts to technologically incite destruction from the inside out. In all of the ways that humanity has been programmed, the behemoth and Leviathan are black hole technologies joined together and run the energetic reversals in order to align the Earth with their systems and grid works to the Wizadek. Through their wormholes, they have ripped open for purpose the gates to the dark gods themselves. The Emerald Tablet of Thoth, again, is the stolen, accumulated knowledge that was compiled having partial access to reading the original creation codex contained within the records of the ancient wisdom councils. In turn, its knowledge was encrypted by the Thothian sect to gain power over others, which is why you also need to know it and study it. See, you need to study fucking everything. I'm not one that's going to put a cap on anything that you can look into. Look into it, but be objective and know the fucking difference to how things actually work here. There's over 30,000 books in the Black Earth Library. You have to be objective with everything that is in there. And you have to navigate in context to your personal mechanics, because without that foundation, you're not going to know how to interpret correctly the things that you are looking into with the Black Earth Library. And it's to know the difference. Because up until about 20 years ago, along with all the things I'm sharing with you, in order to expose these things, all of this was concealed. And we have been in a race which is going to continue going into 2025 and 2028, the awakening of the ancestors. And as advanced knowledge was peddled out by the Dark Ones, in context to, again, what Helena Blavatsky wrote in her dissertation via externalization of the hierarchy, has served this shit to those that think that they're woke, but are even more caught in the fucking nets, traps, and snares, and are in alliance with the agenda of the Dark Priest class and the Dark Gods themselves, whether these individuals realize this shit or not. I'm calling it out for what the fuck it is, knowing what I know. That is my responsibility with things on my end. You can take it or fucking leave it. But evidence for this, it's all across the board still. And one such important figure, Thoth, groomed into this anti-human agenda that impacted the future direction of human history was Aleister Crowley. Now, to all of those that are Crowley apologists, I don't disagree that Aleister Crowley knew a lot and said a lot of things in context to magic and the occult and a lot of other things that are sound in their own right. The man was fucking brilliant. But there are also a lot of things that I've read into his works that are completely fucked off and insane. Not to mention who he was involved with. To mention, again, things in context to Coronzon. And see, all of this goes back to Paltering. And the common person that is not privy to the occult, they're not going to see these things. Those that are, though, do see these things, let alone are able to catch the terms and semantics. Going into the study of words and the art and science of etymology, that's another part of this pathwork. The average person that even looks into these things, for the most part, is not able to decrypt any real meaning. And they don't have any spiritual discernment in connection to any real intelligence, let alone have they been through any real hardcore initiations when it comes to the occult or the true alchemical rites of initiation. They filter what they read and study through lenses of misrepresentation and misinterpretation. And most who come out to say anything upon these matters are nothing more than simple commentators addressing matters they really have no fucking idea the backstory to anything. This is how fucking hardcore all of this is. And to as far back as I'm taking things in context to everything, there is nothing that is going to change what I know in context to Thoth, covering all ends of the spectrum when it comes to the dark side and light side of the occult. I'm not telling people to not study Kabbalah or Thoth or Aleister Crowley or anything else, but you better know the goddamn difference here in context to things that cannot be refuted once you actually see them for what they are. And in gaining knowledge from accessing higher universal truth, it is an important distinction to comprehend that accessing higher knowledge on any level is not an evil or negative thing. What needs to be addressed is your intention for doing so and use of that knowledge or technology that is going to determine its energetic quality and context to the cosmic law of cause and effect. And the facts remain sound in context to my personal spirit to soul code, blood code activations and memories that have come to me prior to coming into this knowledge with research and study into the occult. That's another major fucking factor. Are you actually activated? Because if you're not, it's not going to make a fucking difference. You must be doing the real work. And it's going to lead to an even greater revealing in truth in more ways than I can say in the coming days and years. Once we cross this threshold going into 2020, it's going to start increasing. Yet again, still more than it has prior to now within the next 20 years, going into 2065 and 2085. And in order to fully know who is actually who and identify these groups and individuals for who and what they really are, we are still in the process of discovering these things in order to remember. And even deeper remembering of who the fuck we are. And to the facts here in context, with those that already know what I'm saying to everything in the segment, it was the 4th, the 8th, and the 11th pillars of the planetary Templar stargates that were compromised. We have since taken jurisdiction back in context of much of what is revealed with the 11th pillar disc and the 11th pillar itself, which is why cosmic law, along with a lot of other things, are coming back to the forefront and will continue for those that are doing the real work. But it will not be in a way where it's going to be used against us as it has been by these fucks. And once you realize that it is truly about your state of fucking mind, and I mean really realize this on all levels, it will hit you like the cosmic hammer of Thunar itself. And in order to start mastering cosmic law as a part of the true foundation to the real pathwork initiation, knowledge to everything I'm sharing here in this segment needs to be heard, considered, looked into, and known. Again, Thoth has been playing the role of double agent and made several duplicitous agreements behind the backs of the ancient Syrians in line with the crystalline Syrian bees to make it appear as if he and his kind were upholding the Paladorian covenant. In our time now, through the New Age movement deception, this was designed to conceal access to the original template for evolving Alfarian human genetics. And many of us that incarnated here during the cycles prior to what kicked off in 2017 have been through fucking hell to reach the levels that we have. So it's not to negate the progression of anything. There's a lot of fucking shit that's still going to have to kick out, get triggered, and find its reconciliation. Just recognize it all for what it is, everybody. Okay? We are the representatives and placeholders to this. Give it a little bit of fucking cushion and realize that we are all still in the process of evolving. And in order to keep the original template alive and make it accessible again with the real teaching and how we are working to build our shields and energetic circuits of communication links, being in full communication with the Ancient Wisdom Council Codex. Nobody is coming to save you. You have to save yourselves and take this shit the fuck back, because it's not going to be handed to you. Even with anything presented by me or anyone else I hold in regard, you, again, have to be doing the real work yourself. And you must have a love for wisdom and a love and passion for truth in order to copulate a relationship with it. And you must be consistent. And you must see things all the way through. Now further, when the Sumerian invasion of ancient Kemet happened, the final agenda and outcome of these wars was to take over the stargates and ley lines of Kemet, which in turn again is Egypt. The dark priesthoods that were established in the aftermath worked by the Thothian sect to unplug the Alfarian human DNA template and scramble the Fire Letter Codex to the distorted encryption of geometric codes, which is everything to do with what most people think is the flower of life, Metatron's cube, and a lot of other things in context to the planetary morphogenic fields and geometric structures which are all designed to actually block our higher sensory perceptions. I know that there are a lot of people out there that are still into these things. Damn it! Boys! Boys! Know that there is an even more powerful geometric construct in context to the Tribeca bywave frequency template, and expands beyond the gridworks of infinity into our reality field in connection to eternity, and literally breaks the chains of the Tribeca bywave frequency template when it comes to sacred geometry. And see, when the Stargate takeover in Egypt happened, it allowed the Honor Draconians to erase the collective human race memory into a closed-loop bywave frequency template broken off from the original, manifested the 7 chakra system. Now, mind you, there's no getting away from this, but you must always work from the heart center with it, because our fragmented energy systems that were broken off from the original are meant to be integrated back at the heart center chakra. And it's as I've said, knowledge to any of this, for the most part, is not that well known still. And even once heard, it's going to be disregarded by those that can't even entertain the idea that this has actually fucking happened and look into it themselves. Don't just bypass what the fuck I'm saying here. And knowledge of the original template is not well known whatsoever. At the same time, it needs to be known. And the integration is a very, very fucking hard process, which all of us that are doing things on this level are still going through. Most are going to have a hard time navigating out of their current bias and limited narratives when it comes to certain levels of knowledge to the occult. All I can do is show you the door, even as I walk through. And when I did, I saw and experienced more than I've ever been able to fully say, which is why the progression and teaching I am presenting is going to continue to move forward as it has been. Because this shit, everything in this segment, and what I've worked to burn through, it is to note that I don't negate what is there within the geometry of the Tribeca bywave frequency template, because it is there. Again, observable in nature. And I've mentioned this already before. This is why it's fucking there. This is why concealing and distorting the reality field into a closed loop system and constructs that you are not meant to know about to their true origin, so that you will be able to see past them into more advanced occult knowledge. They have designed this to make individuals think that they have arrived, and for this very reason, the Thothian sect did what they did, concealing it for a time before it would be revealed to the externalization of their hierarchy. And is why they have peddled it out to the masses for over the last 15 years to control the narrative when it comes to occult knowledge via the New Age movement and organized occultism. Know this now, that the Tribeca bywave frequency template, it is akin to Ganungagap and has nothing to do with the reversals in context to the void or the abyss, and works in an open, free energy system geometry constructs of expansion beyond the lockdown gridworks of the Tribeca bywave frequency template. With the Tribeca, they were able to construct false ascension gridworks within the lower astral for repeated reincarnation recycling souls, and twisted the universal laws of metaphysics, and are limited in their ability to have higher sensory perception beyond what most know to be higher sensory perception. Granted, to people that have no idea, they have been mesmerized, also through SRA methods, in order to control those who remain in power, and to continue to enslave themselves and humanity. You fucks that are in the alleged places of power, fucking slaves as well, to your dark masters that do not give a flying fuck about you. You are tools, you are puppets, and you are fodder just as well. Cut off from what is beyond the dark constructs of your ancestors and your predecessors. And so going back now to a more current timeline, about 8,900 years, which was when the invasion of Samaria into Egypt instituted the Thothian mind control plan to set course the patriarchal and matriarchal flip-on paradox domination agendas, which were finally set in place to start over 26,000 to 50,000 years ago. It was after the Lohas Celtic Druidic freeze-out, in context to the Ice Age, when the Dark Ones collapsed the firmament, hydro suspension fields over Lohas Atlantis, in context to the Flood. Along with everything else I've mentioned, was another major cause point that forced the Magi Grail Shaman lines away from Stargate 11, which thus culminated the 21,900 to 14,000 BC Ice Age glacial period. And again, is when most of this knowledge was lost among mankind, in context to the Druidic Nohasa Magi Grail Shaman, exiled into the Caucasus Mountains. This is also to do with Carpathia. And see, the Carpathian Mountains and the Carpathian Forest are true portals to a time beyond time. And it's to do with the fact that our blood codes, as a people here in context, are connected specifically in alignment with the 11th pillar disk in Stargate 11, which can only be accessed within the deeply embedded blood code and soul code genetics. And it is to say that our ancestors held the knowledge of Hermetics, along with many other things, that are going to continue to be unearthed in the coming years, and to everything else that has truly been held within the disk specifically. Again, in 8,900 BC, when the Dark Luciferian and Jehovian Anu Draconian races and their Anu Melchizedek Dark Priest military legions raided Alfarian Human Tribe 10 and the surrounding territories of modern-day Iraq and Iran. Stargate 10 is where they first took control. And so to the true animist roots of people in the Middle East, these codes are still a major mystery to myself. And to the manipulation here, these included the Samjazi Dark Luciferian Anu Draconian human lineages to the Sumerian Larsa kings, the Jehovian Anu Draconian race lines, who were the Hassa kings, and Midianite Hyksos kings, the Marduk Anu Draconian Babylonian and Akkadian Draconian kings, and the Thoth Enki Anu Draconian Brotherhood of the Snake kings, and to the encrypted evidence found in the Sumerian Larsa kings list tablets. In 8,400 BC is when Kemet was invaded by them. And it was the Thoth Enki Zephalim Anu Draconian and the Brua Atlantis Anu Draconian Dark Priest Melchizedek military that raided ancient Kemet from Samaria and overthrew the Seers, Kemetan, Egyptian, pre-dynastic Magi Grail Shaman lines. And on it went, to the slaughter for over the last 26,000 to 50,000 years, leading up to the present moment. Again, past, present, and future are all happening simultaneously. And nowadays, they don't have to put a sword to your fucking throat. You do that all on your own, when you still choose to deny reality as it actually is. Because once the veils are ripped back, and you do see all of this for real for yourself, the evidence of the Dark One's reign is all across the board, but even more, the power that is there within us in order to remember, in order to heal, in order to integrate. And now is where we are to decide what the outcome is going to be, no matter how big or small it looks. Right on down to the individual, which it does come back to. We all matter as individuals. We are the ones who are breaking away from these things and coming back into alignment, as it was sanctioned by the ancient wisdom councils aeons ago now, before any of this shit ever fucking happened. And so it's going to be up to us, and it's going to be up to future generations. Because again, I'm not fucking around with anything on Black Earth Productions. I am very specific to the things I'm released to get into. The Anu Draconian Thothian control grid is the Phoenix Spike Matrix, and is directly connected to the lower astral 4D Stargate gridworks of modern-day Cairo, Egypt, which has been used for aeons to feed reversals within the many different gridworks laced out within the lower astral, meaning that this has been one of the main siphon stations that was taken over, along with every other megalith site for human energetic consciousness and power directed into the etheric machinery systems to power up the Phantom Matrix gridworks within the first two veils of the lower astral. And if you don't know the game when it comes to dark sorcery, and if you don't know the game when it comes to the dark gods themselves, then you haven't pierced the fucking veils whatsoever. This isn't anything that you can bypass and just say, I believe in God and it's love and light and all this fucking shit. You have not pierced the veils. Period. Know that the pyramids here in context were not built by Thoth, as it is stated in the Emerald Tablets. They were here long ago during the time of Pangaea, and is when Kemet was thriving as one of the many regions of the Atlantean legacies, and is when the Seers, Kemetan Egyptian, pre-dynastic Magi Grail Shaman lines were working directly with the ancient wisdom councils, along with every other race and tribe in context to the Magi Grail Shaman. They were the ones who built the pyramids. And it is to say that we, as humans, to the ancestors, they were the ones that created all of the megaliths. And much still has to be unearthed. I'm going to start to wrap things up now. This is my personal take into things in context to Thoth. And many viable memories that have come to me have been confirmed with my personal studies into the true occult history, into all of this specifically. Again, as I stated in the Art and Science of Psychology segment, when Thoth, which literally means thought, betrayed wisdom, that is when all of this happened. And lastly, when your thought is not in alignment with proper knowledge and wisdom and truth, you are caught in all of the nets, traps, and snares set up by the house of the net. So know it. That is the real secret when it comes to Thoth. Thoth means thought, which is why it is all about your state of mind, which is why you must learn how to master your thought and emotion in order to be in alignment, taking it back to the moon, to all of those that have been initiated into our mystery school. This is one of the most important segments I have ever presented here on Black Earth Productions, in context to everything. And for those that have dived into the occult for however many years you have, you need to hear me, because keeping you from the truth is nothing that I am in the business of as long as it depends on me. And most still have no idea that there is more, even beyond everything that I've shared, that is going to be presenting itself here on our platform. And I'm working very, very hard on all of these things, as well as mentoring with our mystery school 24/7. And the office of Tahuti, the position of the Magi Grail Shaman, needs to be reinstated here in context to the Seers, Kemetan, Egyptian pre-dynastic Magi Grail Shaman lines, in context to my soul code genetics lineage. The position of High Priest here in context is why I know what I know. The real work comes down to a personal gnosis, a personal path work. And you are your own shaman. You are your own priest or priestess here in context to everything. Never bow down or give your power away. All of this is more to do with our codes of consciousness and what I am releasing now within myself to heal doing this segment. And now we can, knowing the difference, giving Thoth his proper position as an archetype to the ancient wisdom councils, which is the office of your mind. It is the office of your own thought and connection and conviction to the core intelligence, and is what needs to drive the will force of true intelligence in our lives. If anybody out there is interested in our mystery school, check out our services page on the website at blackearthproductions.com. To get a hold of me directly for any of our services in context to being initiated into our mystery school, send me an email at blackearthproductions@hotmail.com. Listen to the Great Mother, for only in the land of wolves can you face your fears and truly be human. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. Stay posted for the next segment. I look forward to hearing from more of you very, very soon. Be empowered. Be encouraged.
after the Treaty of Voltaire was broken, while we were in the UK in September 2000, Ash was attacked by hyperdimensional soul trumpets, she said. I tried to intervene, but was not Guardian ready. Her louche, that's to say her energy, her negative energy, her fear-driven energy, was so compelling to those who were attacking her. It was really a fearsome psychic attack, and got me thinking very seriously, and for the first time, about this question of spiritual hygiene and self-protection. I take it that you will understand that this business about loose negative energy is about feeding. It is interconnected like everything else, and especially by all forms of fallen entities. As far as Mother Earth is concerned, this particular phenomenon, notwithstanding other fallen angelic races, occurred about 500 to 550 million years ago as a result of an action by the Anu Elohim, who consciously exchanged their genetic capabilities. They traded a minimum 12-strand DNA Christos potential, quite knowingly, into an aberrant 11-strand DNA mutation. They did this purposefully, so they could be free from all source-centered obligations, choices and options. How on earth they came to that conclusion, I just can't possibly begin to guess. But they enabled themselves to explore some seriously hidden options, free of source or founder interference, relying as they must on other life forms and other life systems for their sustenance, their energetic sustenance. The lowest conceivable frequency, the better. With great malice aforethought, the Anu Elohim ensured that the consequence of their serious degeneration could not be intercepted by the Density 5 runaway founder races, who would otherwise be able to incarnate into their race line, the Anu Elohim race line, that is, and intersect whatever would entrain from their choice. The Annunaki race was created, therefore, by the Elohim for three reasons. One, to specifically destroy the Turanesian angelic human race. Two, to facilitate the Elohim demonic dark avatars incarnating into Anunnaki bodies to penetrate the lower densities. And three, to take control of the planetary stargates of Earth. This had begun way back, before angelic humans were seeded on Earth. The angelic humans were created to function as guardians, protectors and healers of the living time matrix, Mother Earth from Phantom Earth. Also to assist or facilitate bioregenesis of fallen angelics. And that is precisely why the Anu have had such, or Anunnaki I should say, have had such a long, lascivious and incomprehensibly cruel focus on Earth populations for maybe 300,000 years. The regenesis aspects of our purpose has been a particular cause of difficulty throughout all time by insincere or deceitful parties engaging with a distinct lack of commitment, which has meant that human progress has been retarded if not slowed to a standstill, and in many cases gone into reverse due to further interbreeding and enforced interbreeding, I should add, and metatronic coding. This has finally brought the many competing interstellar groups into some degree of unified expression, to the extent that the United Intruder Resistance raised the war stakes in September 2000 to the most overt level ever witnessed. The Anunnaki, spawn of the Anu Elohim, had been active on planet Earth due to their need for gold, initially. Enki and his Luciferian Anunnaki strain created the Lolcus Neanderthal, which marked the beginning of concerted acceleration of a long line of experimental interference with the evolution of our own species, as well as others, around about 300,000 to 50,000 years ago, And I should say that, interestingly, as far as deceptions or mixed or muddled agendas, that the Annunaki entered the Emerald Covenant around about the time that the creation of the first Lolcus Neanderthal stone was affected. The particular list of key stages and heinous Anno Elohim Illuminati deeds can be found in Voyages 2, pages 319 through 327, and I believe that Arrayus Productions can supply Voyages 2 in PDF form to anyone who wishes to acquire a copy. However, my speculation is more focused on the personifications, personality and character of one of the earthly leaders and what we are knowingly or unknowingly up against, especially people that occupy special positions, aka speakers. Thoth, amongst many other things, is the only completing source of earthly teachings, just as the freedom teachings offer their own version. However, the Thothian Merkaba is curiously driven by Fibonacci rotation states and has no relationship with the crystal spiral. The suggested tetrahedral rotation instructions will not produce the results practitioners desire, that is, raising their evolutionary frequency and their path through dimensions 4, 5 or 6, but instead will deliver the soul to the hyperdimensional demonic residence of the Kirgal, that's the Annunaki underworld, and in which the souls will be consumed in the Kerbala. I say again, Kerbala, resonant with another Kerbala. However, to continue, this would lead to slow consumption by supernatural entities termed jinn. These have been known for many years to the Arabic and African races. All I will say is, in passing, is voodoo is perhaps the most known and obvious association between the jinn and the African races, but believe me, there are plenty of others. Jinn are a race of supernaturally empowered beings who have the ability to intervene in the affairs of people, races and planets. The Babylonians alone reckoned that there were over 600 of them, individually each one named, and they can be configured in magical rites to perform various tasks and services. If you want to take a closer look at what I'm talking about, the movie Fallen featuring Denzel Washington, 1998 I think. That's a good illustration of what these bastards can do. Anyway, returning. In original Gina Abul Sumerian, which is another way of referring to the Anunnaki, the word jinn, when decomposed to its original photonic root, is Hyne, which means that which mixes power and fear, interestingly enough. An apt description of how humanity has always regarded the reptilian race. In times of war, any effective tool is utilized. And as Sun Tzu would say, war is always won in the mind of the enemy. A quote that is hugely reminiscent of Thothian guile. It would appeal to him greatly. It is said that the lowest level of the Kurgal, the Kabbalah dimension, is the source of much conflict among the Anunnaki and the other souls that become resident there. Whoever has the power in the Kabbalah necessarily becomes master of the other two dimensions, the Kurgal and the Ki. The ruler of the Kabbalah is literally called the Eye that sees all things, and sits atop the inverted pyramid. That is to say, he looks up, the eye looks up at the dimensions above it, so it can always see whatever is going on, and retains power and rule at all times. In other words, this is a place where chaos rules and seems to rule perpetually. But I ask myself, where the awareness of such matters have been removed from the New Age paradigms, the spirit world is not given any credence anymore. Whereas just a few hundred years ago, it was recognized as a regular part of life, that spirits like consciousness float around, since they're elements of energy, all around us, all the time, looking for opportunities to enjoy themselves, have mischief, and to generally cause chaos at whatever levels their powers are capable of. So these are much more pertinent to a war footing, but in an unknown sense. And these are the unseen enemy that feed off us. So, it leads to some strange conclusions, like why aren't we starving them out, like removing our loving connection, and to bring this earthly misery to a rapid end. Anyway, put it in its most simple, it is due to the systematic preparation to corrupt and manipulate humanity, which has been going on long before the fall of Atlantis. The architects found there, and I have Thoth in mind obviously, designed a world for humanity to forecast, plan and adjust using quantum computers, or superior to quantum computers in our knowing, so that the next multi-generational Illuminati steps are already laid down. How governments, mediums for mind control will evolve, die, be involved in war debt and population debt, identifying all and any opposing or competing forces, plan for their eventual takedown within the overall plan, so they can just simply proceed steam ahead at will. They always appear to be the champion of all points of view, all arguments, but in truth none but their own. This is what the Protocols of the Elders of Zion lays out and describes in some detail the methodology and desired outcome for the Illuminati shadow supervisors. But remember, the object of such plans imprison all earth life in ways that are designed to provide endless negative energy for every conceivable negative emotion and mental construct. Want, lack, lust, greed, power are all food for the Elohim and the Annunaki, who on occasion embody their own forefathers, just as the Zeta Greys will on occasion embody Annunaki. It is simply logical that a vast planning and decision unit was created to execute such a grand plan, which included consideration for Mars, Venus, Saturn and Moon, by the way, which we don't have time to discuss in this. These are the products, the bailiwick of Thoth, the holiest of the holies is the acronym, the most ubiquitous of all characters bar none in the long history of man and planet Earth. That is why love, for instance, and the union of man and woman, the key to life, a unique potentizing force, is a target. And that is precisely why men and women are such a viral relationship failure. I've often wondered why the FTs failed to make this more overt, weaponized point of all that we did, instead of messing around with the twinning adventures doomed to fail. The myriad of names that depict Enki, Thoth, Hermes have assembled an immense array of epithets. In chaos terms, he is the only known FA that almost became Christed, but I'm certain a reflection of not only his forefathers, but of mirrored characteristics. This personality is explicitly associated with Mercury, which has as its altar the Lord of Illusion. This is an umbrella under which complex and multifarious conditions exist, predominantly associated with panic, fear and terror. Mercury denotes energy sent forth, and therefore represents the wisdom, the will, the Word, and the Annunaki Logos by whom the worlds were created. The created nature of Mercury is of the Sun. His association as the Word is the most evil and corrupt. Through such duality is expressed truth and falsehood, wisdom and folly, and therefore is the trickster. He has no conscience, being creative. He cannot reach his ends. If he cannot reach his ends by fair means, he will do it by foul. He is the original legend of all things cunning. It is relevant and noteworthy that Aleister Crowley, arch-Satanist, black magician, founder of the Order Templi Orientis, Freemason, and author of the Book of Thoth, and to whom Thoth himself reportedly appears, and he did to Drunvalo Melchizedek. Crowley's work is often indulged in interpretations for the Thoth Tarot, but in fact addresses Kabbalah in the widest sense, replete with the tree of life. So we must accept that Thoth, aka Enoch, and Enoch was from the same collective of Thoth, Lucifer, Jehuti, Hermes, Horus, Ra, Azazel, Merlin, Quetzalcoatl, Ammon, Tammuz, Shaitan, Moloch, Nergal, Baphomet, goes on and on and on. Thoth is a pervasive and dangerous source of influence. His 5 Abrahamic religions, all sun-worshipping cults at root. And sure enough, all is connected through the symbolic, omnipresent serpent, whether at home in the Pope's audience hall, as it is in the cult of Mithras, Gnostic Sophia, and the symbolic medicine and healing symbol, the caduceus. Not for nothing is Thoth known as the creator god, Lucifer, the trickster, Mercurial, said to transcend solid and liquid states, heaven and earth, and all symbolized by the serpent. He has assumed the name of the trickster due to his purposeful use of ambiguity. From kinks and mutations he created in the human genome, which range from immense contusions in the male-female power base to the human disenfranchisements associated with Illuminati, law, socioeconomic structures of immense polarity, caste, class-based systems, institutions, and their propagandistic nature, such as educational and scientific institutions and ever-expanding agencies that restrict human thought and expression. For instance, the naivety that has now been considered as offensive to Muslims, etc., etc. All of these creations, I'm telling you, are the creations of the Anu Elohim Anunnaki Illuminati institution, group, organization as a control mechanism, complete in every way that I've outlined here, to affect life on planet Earth, and therefore the potential for our success in the angelic human indigo mission. The beneficial nature of this undoubted talent brought by accomplishment beyond magic, alchemy, immortality, and shapeshifting. Note shapeshifting. He brought or introduced things like writing, the alphabet, gematria, astrological, astronomical, biological, and metaphysical sciences, agriculture, especially irrigation. The Great Pyramid is a massive Nile Delta irrigation device, apart from other things. He offered instruction on wisdom, the mind, thought, logic, reason, meditation, intelligence, reading, you name it, all the way down to designing constructs for democracy, communism, Christianity to Mohammedanism, the laws of the land and life. But just one form, interestingly enough, of the value of exchange and associated debt. He was not going to release us from that. He was a dominant patriarch, rigidly hierarchical, caste-based totalitarian. But we shouldn't forget source-aware, as are all Anunnaki. They are. So, such is the infestation of every culture on every level for hundreds and thousands of years. Anu Elohim are the Illuminati after all, through which Thoth, according to the FTs, became almost Christed. Instead, he chose the Old Testament, Yahweh, Abraham, Moses, Illuminati, and the Freemasonry. Following the SAC of 22,346, Thoth responded in furious preparation for 2012. First, he was offered and accepted as a speaker-translator by the Iani Master Council in 22,340 BC, feigning to be cooperative, to be supportive of the bioregenesis and all that the Iani and the angelic humans were so anxious to develop. But such knowledge as he possesses creates massive scope for unscrupulous deception, cunning and wholesale misrepresentation of truth, anytime, anywhere. And this is best illustrated beautifully, well, no, not beautifully, darkly illustrated by the way in which Thoth led his own races, his own Leviathan anti-Christic king lines, into a Wasadak contracted agreement through a special initiation that would generate a real physical rush for his people, give them something to talk about, just as we would when we were doing texting workshops, but which in fact ensured an enhanced Metatronic distortion. This distortion ensured for all time that they would no longer ever again be capable of regenerating the Christos pattern that was the thing that was the target of the initiation. This, introduced by Thoth to his own people, was called the Flaming Blue Sword of Archangel Michael and went down around 23,000 BC. So we see Thoth and Enoch flip-flopping with mystifying regularity, I dare say only in their view of attaining advantage, on more than 30 occasions, starting when the Lulu were created in 246,000 BC when they first entered the Emerald Covenant peace treaty. The most recent recorded events was in 1976 when Enki Thoth Luciferians activated the Anno Serpent Appin, that's the Atlantean Pylon Implant Network, which are a crystalline microchip network which they hijacked from the Guardian technology. In 1983, Enoch raised his head above the parapet and petitioned again for an Emerald Covenant redemption agreement. In the meantime, they joined and left, and joined and left, and joined and left, which it's a curious thing that the Iani and other Christic councils, I've always presumed that they have a much more mature, more evolved understanding than we do, because it doesn't make sense at all to fail to put the foot down and say, no, don't go there, don't do that. But I have experienced of this where, unfortunately, I carried a vote in council, which led, this vote in council was due to an ultimatum that the Illuminati issued, in which they threatened to destroy the habitat and all of the races we identified. And it was going to happen unless we tried to stop them. And I persuaded council to go to war. And I don't like to remember it, but it led to the destruction of our antenna. So this is where the connection between speakers 1 and 2 crosses with Thoth in an unexpected way, you might think. It gets close and personal in some parts. Just a few years after Thoth's dastardly deed, I'm referring to the 3 defections from the Emerald Covenant, which occurred from 50,000 BC forward in time, he committed another dastardly deed, and this one is known as the Iani Massacre on Kauai. One evening in spring 2001, Ash and me shared some of our prior lifetime memories. Me hit by a laser cannon on Gaia during the Gaian Wars before being captured, and painfully drained of my DNA. I mean, you can say painfully, alright. She recollecting a terminal event in which she returned to the Mineral Kingdom, and that was a result, I think, of the red pulse that occurred in Sarasota when all the crystal temples were destroyed and led to the high level of quartz from the beaches at Sarasota. That was 208,000, sometime around that. Anyway, a really striking and gradually painful memory was triggered as we began sharing more memories of the events that occurred on Kauai. Essentially, what happened was Thoth and his entourage arrived en route to Midway, they said. They requested travelers' rights, and galactically, there is an understanding that hospitality customs were a vital part of the cultures of the ancient world. So if someone showed up on your doorstep and they asked for, clothing, accommodation and whatnot for a reasonable short period of time, that it would be granted. And so they requested travelers' rights, and the people followed these customs as even a sacred kind of codes of conduct. So it was granted to Thoth. The real purpose of the visit was to remove our guardianship of CDT Plate 11. That was what he was there for. It didn't reveal that to us. Ash and I were leaders of this colony of Yanni. At some point, Thoth arranged for me to be drugged, set up in bed with an Annunaki princess. On being presented with this tableau, Ash was convinced by Thoth, by some magical means, that I was behind some nefarious plan to deny the Annunaki biospiritual remediation. He suggested that I was taken away for questioning. Ash allowed this, so we would assume that she was bewitched. Really, given the history of Thoth and what his capabilities are. So Ash agreed. Off you go. ASAP, and so they continued to trust. The Yanni women were very innocent in their way. Meanwhile, I was taken off. Thoth persuaded Ash and many of the women that they could achieve great conciliation and further bioregenesis by making a return visit to Nibiru for a short while. So the arrangements were made fairly quickly while I was being taken away and questioned. But instead I wasn't being questioned, I was being castrated. Because they didn't want me to be capable of any DNA transfer or anything else that could occur in regular population. The Annunaki agreed to leave a contingent behind as insurance. That's very good of them. Our Yanni women left with Thoth, who later caused Ash to marry him, only to discover afterward most of the women were chained to breeder slabs, where their DNA was harvested with unspeakable ferocity by the awaiting Annunaki studs. Me and my men on Kauai were treated as game. The Annunaki knew well enough how to prepare their sacrificial lambs. They hunted us down, they terrorized us, driving down our frequency, fully adrenalizing our blood, and in many cases anally cording us according to their predilection. That same session, I believe, Ash expanded the Thoth narrative by telling me that when she was about to conceive Alexandra Shantizandra, she became aware, far too late, that her then partner was in full overshadow by Azazel, a personification of Thoth. In other words, she was conceiving by Thoth in any other language. In her earliest years, Ash had said Alexandra Shanti had regularly pulled herself into a physical tension position, which is known as the wheel in Ashtanga yoga terms, and stayed like that in her bedroom for hours. Now I know that in some areas this position is a sign of possession in certain parts of the world. Whether this applies or not to Zan proved to be, whether or not this applied to Zan exactly, I couldn't possibly say, I don't know. And this is all a speculation, bearing in mind I've already pointed out. But she proved nevertheless to be spiritually deserved, in my opinion, and an aggressive child at best, as we mentioned here and there in the rest of the interview. While in the UK, 2003-2005, as she grew towards puberty, and a tricky time for various influences, I really could feel her bile rise and fall, and I suspected that she was up for certain kinds of tricks, possibly that Gruber had led her to. She was channeling the Great White Brotherhood, but it wasn't confirmed by third parties until multiple people commented during and after the Shasta workshop in 2006. During the same UK period, Ash commented quite often that Thoth would pass through the walls of our rented property, trying to seduce her. Sometimes, I believe, using the guise of Pharaoh Akhenaten, to whom Ash had been married and bore a son around 1360 BC. Akhenaten Thoth was ascending Anu populations and excluding others, presumably aware that the Amenti sphere was damaged, and that put his chosen ones at risk. There's much more to that story, but I'll keep this short. Finally, the post on the night before of the that's just a reference to his rolling her eyes and using the Ouija board again, so we'll leave that out. In 1996-7, I was invited to the first introductory presentation of the Echo at Shambhala, Glastonbury. I was captivated, but not captured by the suggestions of science that never actually developed. I worked with Drunvalo Thoth's Merkaba, but really couldn't get along with it without knowing why. The ugliness of the asymmetric tree of life left me cold, and there was something totally wrong with the self-position presentation. At the time I couldn't understand. I subsequently met and worked briefly with J.D. Stone, Drunvalo and Norman Milanovic. I felt more directed in my own company. Soon after that period I encountered Bilbula and Maya, now two men at the Temple of Thoth. These people really meant business, and I realised that Drew was simply blowing smoke up people's asses. The real Thothian power was being expressed through Bilbula and Maya Natuma, who were the strategic force, and they it was that maintained the Temple of Thoth in Crestone, Colorado, which is now located, interestingly, in Kauai. Working with Bill was very interesting. The sacred geometry of the retrogrids is fascinating, but Anu grid work I later discovered. I either tried but failed to make the cut to join the Paraclete Order in the year prior to finding Voyages 2, but their initial quota of 55 members thankfully had already been filled days before my application. The point in the above is that Aleister Crowley, Drunvalo, Alice Bailey, Naima Toomey, Bill Bueller, Hertag, Ash and doubtless hundreds more I know nothing of, have all met and reported a materialized personification of Mr. Mercury Moon God, the great illumined Enki Thoth Enoch. Doesn't such convince anyone of the possibility of direct question mark? In my opinion, the most appropriate context to view the so-called split is what I would call a coup. However, much as one side has to gain or lose is not the point. How we complete our lifetime is not evolution either. However, there are such things as peak and effrontery amongst personalities in the galaxy, as well as other more destructive emotions that we may observe. This, I respectfully suggest, is the direction that is the most fruitful source, inasmuch as it is the only one which offers any sort of explanation for the interconnectedness of destruction that touched our hearts and minds. What I'm saying to you all, beloved ones, is that I give more credence to the possibility that Ash's shield associations with Thoth could have led to her being influenced to the extent of what we saw between 2008-9 all the way through to 2012, and even as I experienced it through the divorce process too. So the moral of this story and the true nature of our FT's experience is one of awareness of the critical importance of spiritual hygiene, self-sovereignty and self-protection. The reality of our personal frequency holding capacity was one of the major drumbeats of the earlier years, and by gosh, do we have reason to remember that today. Thank you all for listening. Ta Asia Inter Doe.